Well, good morning and welcome back to the England Athletics Under-17 and Under-15 Championships, live here from Sports City in Manchester. Bit of an earlier start today. We've already got some hammer throw going on, which we'll bring you whilst the girls and women's race walk is underway. Only 3 athletes in this. We've got the Under-17 women's 5,000 metre walk, and then we have the Under-15 girls 3,000 metre walk. So only 3 athletes, and at the back there from Aldershot Farnham District, Lola May Billingham. She's doing the 3,000 metres. So as you come past the finish line, you will see we do actually have 2 sets of lap counters. 12.5 laps for Dunwell and Mitchell going into 5,000, and 7.5 laps for Aldershot's very own Lola May Billingham. And we are quite fortunate, I would say, that we started day 2 here with a bit of dry weather, because when I left this morning to come to the track, and it wasn't that long ago, it was biblical rain, and my 10-metre run to the car, well, I got absolutely soaked. I've got waterproof trainers on, but even they were soaked by the time I got into the car. So heated seats were needed this morning, blowers on full blast, and I've got a spare pair of clothes, even though I am under cover today. Unfortunately, the athletes won't get that luxury, but we've already seen a bit of a break in the race walk with 450 metres or so in, and I think it's Mia Dunwell just at the front, the Northern Isle of Man AC, and Natasha Mitchell sitting back in seconds by some 30 metres or so, the Winchester and District athlete. I'm also going to keep an eye on this hammer throw competition as well as we go through the morning's action. Well, just to bring you a bit of a roundup of yesterday's action in the Under-17 men's 100 metres. It was our final event around about 3:45 in the afternoon. It was a very tight finish. Dante Legister was flying out of the blocks, and he was leading probably up until about 90 metres, where in the end it was Luciano Thomas Riley, the English schools champion, coming through for a huge lifetime best in subpar conditions here. Dropped from 10.92 down to 10.75 seconds, topping the UK rankings. He was very cool, calm and collected afterwards as well. Maybe you can get a little bit of a replay of that if we get some time this morning, but I believe we're going to see some of the main protagonists from that 100 metre final later on for the 200. Plenty of finals to come today as well. We've got the hurdles finals, 800 metre finals, 1500 metre finals, 400 metre finals. It's just a full day of action. Plenty of medals to be decided and won. Well, in comparison to some of the 50 and 20k walks in Tokyo at the Olympics this last week or so, the conditions here much more conducive to good performances. Very difficult to keep cool in the 20k and 50k walks when it's 100% humidity, 26-30 degrees, something like that.
is 30.6. For May Billingham at 1,000 metres. So 49 metres there. Take the lead for Billingham. 49 metres, 65. Laps to go now from Natasha Mitchell, with Winchester athlete leading this U17 women's 5K. Simon goes into the circle, just under 40 metres in the first round. He's done well, he's just gone through second place in that 5K walk. It will be an improvement for Olivia Simon. Certainly not perfect conditions for the hammer throwers today.
Katie Gibson there, Kettering Town Harrier in the under-17 women's hammer throw.
Just under 42 metres there for Olivia Simon, so an improvement for her. Katie Gibson next.
Still quite cool in Manchester today. Better than the under-17 discus conditions yesterday morning, where they just couldn't connect. Though it was not ideal in the slightest. Much easier to grip with the hammer, not on the tips of your fingers as is the discus. Here she goes, Katie Gibson in the second round, hits the cage. That will be a foul. There's not too much wind on the infield at the moment, just keeping an eye out the corner for the windsock. It's a bit gusty in the main stand here. As the under-17 and under-15 women's race walk continues. At the front still Mia Dunwell, still charging forward, and she's some 180 metres or so ahead of Natasha Mitchell, and around 100 metres or so. It's getting a bit confusing. We've got two different distances going on, as you recall. It's the under-15 girls 3,000, one competitor, Lola May Billingham, in that one. Mia Dunwell and Natasha Mitchell in the 5,000, and in the 3,000 Lola May has got less than 3 laps to go. Stepping into the cage, it's Gracie Genvy from Southampton. Don't get confused with Katie Gibson's Kettering strip. And again, just into the cage, another foul. Still trying to find their rhythm in the opening 2 rounds. Well, there is Lola May Billingham. It's Emma, and this time Gypsy Nash from Blackheath and Bromley gets that one away, and it's over the 40-metre mark. Kicking things off at the start of the 3rd round here. If they've managed to get through this competition without catching any rain, they'll have done very, very well indeed. On your picture, it's the race walk still progressing, and Mia done well. She's got 6.5 laps to go. Just coming to the halfway point of the competition for her. Interesting as Lola May Billingham comes around for a final 800 metres across the finish. How do athletes get into race walk? There's a number of race walking clubs around the country. Coventry has been a bit of a hub in the past, and now up in Leeds with the academy, and Andrew Drake doing great work up there. And great to see diversity on the track and field programme here at England Athletics. Under 15 and under 17 championships. Gateshead's Lexi Ellis gets the hammer away, and I think she wasn't best happy with that, but just tried to get a mark in. Difficult as well. We're talking about keeping a grip on the implement, but it's also about the grip on this surface in the circle. And you would have seen yesterday in the discus that they were just constantly shoveling water, trying to make it safe. It's so difficult. And just last week in the women's discus in Tokyo, they had the same, where they pretty much had to put pause on the competition at halfway, and in the final 3 rounds I think there was only a couple of throws or attempts that were actually passable marks. Great to see our officials here as well, literally hundreds of them beaming around and working hard to provide so many opportunities for our athletes. And 361, that's Olivia Simon of Colchester.
Just approaching the finish line, Lola May.
Well, you may have just heard the bell in the background, and it's for Lola May Billington of Aldershot in the under 15 girls 3,000 metre walk, and she's coming through for a final 400 metres, we'll try and keep an eye out for her as she comes across the line.
To go for Natasha Mitchell at 5-5.
Here she is, Lola May Billington. Difficult conditions. Not seen any cards issued out either, so good consistency of technique as well, ever so important in the walks. Medals can be decided just from disqualifications, and pretty smooth at the moment. Behind her at the top of the venue, you might have just seen the legs behind her. It's the leader of the under-17 women's race. It's Mia Dunwell from Northern AC at the top of the back straight. Well, she's coming into the final 100 metres. Her personal best, Lola May Billingham, in the 3,000 metre walk is 18 minutes and 1 second, set back in May. So it's been a couple of months since she's done a 3,000 metre walk on the track, and she's going to be looking at the clock as she comes into the final 50-60 metres here with an eye on a personal best, and she will absolutely obliterate that mark. She's run 18:01, 18:07, 18:08, and this will be the first time she goes under 18 minutes in the 3,000 metre walk. Claps through the line, no cards to her name, 17:40. She seems pretty happy with that. This final year as an under-15, so she'll be looking to take on the 5,000 metre walk next year. That's her job done for the day. The two athletes going in the under-17 women's walk. Mia Dunwell there as we nip back in with the hammer. Katie Gibson there. This time gets a mark, and it will be measured at just under 40 metres. That defined her rhythm in that competition. Katie Gibson, the third ranked athlete in the UK this season. Got a PB of 50 metres and 43. Set that last year and came fourth here for the English schools last month. 42.47 this time though for Katie Gibson. Well, Mia Dunwell going around the second bend, just past the water jump. She comes into the home straight. She will see that she's got still 3 laps left as she crosses the finish line. Southampton's Gracie Genvy. Connected with that a lot better. No foul like she got in the second round. First the best this season of 49 metres and 41.
Over 45 metres there for Genvy, 45.26. So So 3 rounds complete. So after 3 rounds in the hammer, our leader is Lindsay Murray of the Swell combined AC with 49.78. Cincinnati second with 46.32. There's Jen third, 45.26. So 21 minutes 16, just over at 4K for Natasha Mitchell. Here's our leader with just over 2 laps to go. The 15 girls long jump competition about to start. So together the Liverpool Harriers. This was Mia Dunwell looking strong in the latter half of this race. Just gone through.
Well, Mia Dunwell there into a final 700 metres of this 5,000 metre under 17 women's walk, and she's on course at the moment just for a personal best, which she set at the British Championships here last month. She came 4th over the 5,000 metre walk, which is pretty good going for a second year under 17 athlete. Set a best of 26 minutes and 9 seconds last year, end of August, off the back of a pretty solid lockdown training, you'd guess.
So 4 metres 89 for Madigan.
It's the 4th round of the women's hammer now as well. And just to bring you a bit of an update as to our schedule going forward for the rest of today. After these walks, we've got the women's under 17 women's 300 metre hurdles final. And then go to the under 17 men's 200 metre heat. An early start for those guys if they ran in the final yesterday afternoon. Bit of travel back when everyone is local. We then have an a wheelchair men's 100 metre final. And then we move into 4 middle distance finals, the 800 metre final for all the 4 age groups here. And that takes it up to around about 11:30, so that's the next hour or so as Mia Dunwell comes through at the bell. 24:35. We'll want to try and keep pushing the pace. Can she keep under 26 minutes? 26:09 her best. That's what she's here for today. She's got the gold in the bag.
Also takes the bell. 25 minutes on the bell.
Tasha Mitchell leading. The Winchester athlete at the front, looking to obliterate her 28-minute 37 best. 200 metres to go here. Looking to shave something over 90 seconds off her best, and that is a huge performance on the opening morning of day 2 of the England Athletics under 15 and under 17 championships.
The winner of the triple jump competition yesterday, Andy Brown at Trafford.
Here she comes then, Natasha Mitchell, 26:20 on the clock, into the final 50 metres. Keeping her form consistent, not risking any late disqualifications or cards from our judges. And it will be Natasha Mitchell of Winchester. She takes the win, 26:43.74, almost 2 minutes off her personal best. And Mia Dunwell coming through with a nice, very fast final 400 metres, just outside 27 minutes for her. The winner then, Natasha Mitchell, the under 17 women's 5,000 metre walk final. Huge personal best. So there is Olivia Simon from Colchester. Round 4 of the under 17 women's hammer. She's 9th in the UK rankings this year, 46.28 metre personal best. We've also got the long jump pit just warming up at the moment, the under 15 girls. Here is Olivia Simon though in the hammer. Next well with that, it will be over 40 metres, just a couple of metres shy of her personal best. Not sure where that will place her in terms of the leaderboard. We don't have access to that up here in our commentary position. We will, however, keep you up to date of the results when we get them. Remember, you can get access to the results online. There is a live results page. Check out for that on the England Athletics website or on Twitter at England Athletic, where you can get snippets of the results from this weekend. Southampton's Gracie Genvy, as they readjust the cage. We will have the women's 300 metre hurdle final in just over 10 minutes time. Bit of a showdown in that one. We'll keep up the field, where conditions are a lot nicer than they were yesterday morning.
5:26 there is a long job for Robinson to complete the first round. They're all 11 athletes. So already 4 athletes over 5 metres for jumping in this under 15 girls competition.
Still with the under-17 women's hammer. Gateshead's Lexi Ellis, and that's a foul as it lands out the sector. We're in the 5th round now, the business end of the competition, and foul's not really what they're after, but just done well in the opening 4. Will be there or thereabouts for a medal. It's all happening in the field at the minute. And they must be pretty glad that they weren't here yesterday morning. The under-17 men's pole vault, bottom bend, is starting to kick off. And the under-15 boys high jump next to the hammer cage getting underway as well, and also the under-15 girls long jump. So a bit of everything for everyone at the moment. We'll keep bringing you as much of that as we can. There are the under-17 women's 300 metre hurdlers just setting up their blocks. This the rest of the morning's action really. It's the 300 hurdles final, the first sort of short track event, running event of the day. We then go to the under-17 men's 200 metre heats and a wheelchair 100 metre final. Great, we can incorporate some of the ambulant disability events here in Manchester. Pretty good launch in the hammer from Gracie Genvy. We just seem to be capturing all her throws at the moment, so plenty of content on YouTube for her show reel. Starting to drizzle a little bit now, which is not great for any of the events. Not even great for sitting in the stands, to be honest. This, your under-17 women's 300 metre hurdles lineup then. On the inside, it's Lisa Halliday from Warrington. Macy Heggie goes in 2, Catriona Scott in 3. The favourite, clear favourite really, Stephanie Okoro from Havering. She looked great in the heat yesterday and is, well, on paper almost 2 seconds faster on personal best than the next fastest athlete in the field, and the next fastest, Hermione Mason, a 45.26 best set this season. The Sale Harrier on home turf goes in 5. Outside of her in 6, it's Amber Hughes from Southport Waterloo. In 7, Isla Brown from Windsor Slough and Hounslow, and her clubmate Erin Rees goes in lane 8. So, well, where are the medals going to come from? Big question. Stephanie Okoro, she looked fantastic yesterday in the heats and got real pedigree. She knows she's unbeaten. She tops the UK rankings this season. Can Hermione Mason push her? How close can she get? Catriona Scott perhaps along with Amber Hughes in lane 6. The outside bets for a medal as well, so keep an eye out for the athletes in 3, 4, 5 and 6, although any of them did get amongst it. Fairly still in the infield at the moment, a bit of a drizzle that I think is just halted as they've called to their blocks. The under-17 women's 300 metre hurdles final. Halliday, Heggie, Scott, Okoro, Mason, Hughes, Brown and Rees. Well, cleanly away, and Amber Hughes 3 from the outside with a strapping on her thigh, already at the first barrier and gone past Isla Brown. Okoro 4 in from the right in the yellow vest of Havering, starting to close the gap now as she surges round the bend and starts to pass all the athletes outside of her. Hughes still trying to work hard, but perhaps just fading back slightly now. Erin Rees in the mix on the outside. Catriona Scott and Hermione Mason there for a medal at the moment, but this race is all about Stephanie Okoro. She's fast, she's powerful, doesn't stutter into that final barrier and keep striding forward. Look at her go. This is going to be a new lifetime best, 42.83. Well, that was very, very quick. We'll have to get a roundup of the silver and bronze, but a great example of long hurdling from Stephanie Okoro. What a talent she is. First time sub 43 seconds. It's an early start as well, isn't it? So fantastic running. That moves up to 26th in the UK all-time list. So good going from Stephanie Okoro. She is only a first year under 17 as well, so she'll be looking to try and retain her title in 2022, but 42.83 on the clock then for Stephanie Okoro. We'll try and catch a replay and see who picked up the silver and bronze. We'll bring that to you in just a moment.
place today, representing North the Isle of Man in a time of 27 minutes and 22 seconds. 27 minutes and 22 seconds. Mia Dunlop. And first place today in the gold medal winner representing Manchester District in a time of 26 minutes and 43.76 seconds. Natasha Mitchell.
Things just getting underway then with the warm-up for the under-15 boys high jump. It's just starting to drizzle again here at Sport City, and not nice conditions for landing on the high jump bed. Makes it a bit difficult. We saw with the upper age group men's high jump yesterday, and it's not ideal when you come into a plant. Just becomes quite unsafe and make so many adjustments and alter their speed. Next up on the track we have the under 17 men's 200 metre heats. It's coming up in just under 10 minutes time. 4 heats featuring champion from the 100 metres yesterday and the silver medalist Dean Patterson, who ran an absolutely storming 10.77. He left it late. He's a strong finisher, perhaps the man to beat here, but we shall see. Great angle of the hammer there, that's just landing over 40 metres in the final round.
Trying to meet the rain. Southall field event, the high jump competition for under 15 boys. We move on to our next presentation, and it was a fine race in the under 17 women's 300 metre hurdles. And bronze medal with 45.36 from Victoria Park, Glasgow, Katrina Scott.
Well, this is then the first heat of the under 17 men's 200 metres, and it features our second place finisher in the men's 100 yesterday, Dean Patterson. He goes in lane 4. In 2, Zach Clark Green leading. 3, it's Morgan Corcoran. Saw him in the 100 metres yesterday, the Bingley Harrier, best of 22.69 this year. Won the B race at the English schools where he set that personal best. Dean Patterson then, great run yesterday, a windy 10.7, 4 plus 4 metres per second. That was in the semi-finals. He went on to run 10.77 with a great late surge in the final, just being edged to silver. He's got a windy best over the 200 of 21.63. His legal time 22.07, so I know he's going to run the 100 metre PB. It does give some indication that maybe 21.6 is perhaps within his capacity legally, so keep an eye out. Sean Collins goes in 5 in this first heat from Stockport. Alex Huchin goes in 6. Jean Lingard, 22.04 best. He goes in lane 8. Well, we're going to be having the semi-finals. Well, it's less than 2 hours' time, so the first 3 will automatically qualify for those semi-finals. The next 4 fastest will go through as non-automatic qualifiers. Well, it was a bit of a mix-up really yesterday for the 100 metres in the under 17 men's. We weren't quite sure really until about 10 or 15 minutes after they crossed the line as to who actually got the gold medal. It was Rosciano Thomas Riley from Coventry Godiva Harriers. He will need a big personal best this weekend in the 200. How many of those guys have got the fatigue in their legs from big personal bests in the 100 final yesterday? We shall wait and see. Dean Patterson was impressive in the short sprint. This is the under 15 boys high jump. Going through second attempts.
Combined athletes. Complete competition.
Right, it will be interesting to see what the wind readings come out as. It seems a bit breezy in the stand here, but we are looking at the windsocks around the stadium and it's fairly still at the moment. And just to give you a roundup of the results from that under 17 women's 300 hurdles final, Steph Okoro 42.82 lifetime best. Amber Hughes got the silver, 45.28, and then in third it was Catriona Scott with 45.36. A medalist from our first sprint final of the day. Under 17 men's 200 metres then. It looks like we've only got 5 athletes in this. Jean Lingard and Jacob Hockin not starting, so it's Clark Green in 2, Morgan Corcoran in 3, Dean Patterson, the 100 metre silver medalist, in 4, Sean Collins in 5, Alex Huchin in lane 6. Cleanly away, and well, look at Morgan Corcoran go, already trying to close down that gap on Dean Patterson outside of him. Dean Patterson now in his running on the outside. Huchin having a good go of it at the moment, but we come into the home straight And on the inside, Clark Green starting to get in the mix at the moment. There's only 3 automatic qualifying spots. I think Clark Green going to get run out of it. Corcoran comes back through for the 3rd automatic qualifying spot. 22:44 on the clock then. Dean Patterson just stretching his legs, flushing them out ahead of the semi-finals. He looked good yesterday. 22:44 in the heats here today. He's got another 2 rounds to go if he wants to go one better than that silver medal in the 100 metres. Sean Collins came through for 2nd, and Morgan Corcoran, the Bingley Harrier, picking up 3rd. We will see those 3 in the semi-finals a little bit later on. And well, one of the benefits of going in the first heat, you get a little bit longer recovery. So we'll be back out on the track for the 2 semi-finals at 12:35 p.m. Line up for the 2nd heat then. George Warburton, the Stockport, going on the inside. Cole Queen in 2, Liam Townsend, Freddie Arkle 5th at the English schools last month in July. Callum Webb goes in 5. Albert Bradshaw, the English schools bronze medalist, goes in 6. Kasper Matsiak, we saw him in the 400 heat yesterday, and he qualified for the final, which we'll see him in later on. And Adam Islam Madou made the 100 metre final yesterday. He's on the outside in 8 in his 2nd of 4 heats.
George Warburton of Stockport Harriers, Cole Queen of Glasgow Schools of Sport, Townsend of Gateshead, Freddie Arkle, Callum Webb, Albert Bradshaw, Kasper Matsiak, and Adam Madou.
Well, Freddie Arkle in lane 4, the yellow strip of Hercules Wimbledon. 22.0 hand time this year at Lee Valley back in April. It's run a 22.19 into a headwind. Couldn't quite get amongst the medals in English schools, but Albert Bradshaw in lane 6 did and picked up the bronze. Could be a good race between these 2. Warburton, Queen, Townsend, Arkle, Webb, Bradshaw, Matsiak, Islam Madou. Fairly even out of the blocks, but here comes Bradshaw starting to burn past Matsiak and Islam Madou, and they will come into the home straight, and not too much to choose between Arkle and Bradshaw, and I think it is probably just the taller figure of Albert Bradshaw leading this one at the moment, storming down the track, just going to edge this one. 22.03 on the clock. Well, if that is confirmed, that's a new lifetime best, and I think perhaps Freddie Arkle won't be far off his either. Much quicker than that first heat. You can see a couple of non-automatic qualifiers going from that. 22.03, Albert Bradshaw 5.33 with a headband on. Oh, he looked very, very strong, didn't he?
second attempt at 1 metre 67 in the U15 boys high jump. Still plenty of athletes in contention.
Albert Bradshaw there, the Macclesfield Harrier, setting his stall out nice and early. You can see it in the 100 yesterday, just focusing on the 200. And the pole vault still going on. Ooh. Good work to salvage that attempt. The athletes from the third heat then. Well, our English school's silver medalist in this, the Manchester Harrier on home turf. He's gone sub 22 seconds before. He's third in the UK rankings. Goes in lane 6. Mosseratin Ekhogra. Another attempt at that pole vault then. Managed to get over the bar this time, brought it down with him. So yeah, the lineup for this heat 3 of the under-17 men's 200 metres. From lanes 2 to 8, Asari Aqua into Micho Tao. Very good in the 100 yesterday, just being run out of it for a medal. He goes in 3, Rory Voss in 4, Fabian Pound made that 100 final yesterday in 5. Mosseratin Ekhoragbon, the Manchester Harrier, the English school silver medalist, still go in 6, Ryan Hewitt in 7, and Morgan White in lane 8. Well, 22:03 the time on the clock for Albert Bradshaw. We'll have to wait and see what the wind reading was. It looks a little bit stiller than it was yesterday on the track. Waiting for our live results to come through. And Fabian Powell does not start in lane 5, so it's going to be a bit of a gap. 3 on the inside, 3 on the outside. It's Aqua, Tao, Voss, Ekhoragbon, Hewitt and White. Ekhoragbon in lane 6, the favourite for this, and it was a good start from Ryan Hewitt, starting to close the gap on White already. Watch Ekhoragbon in the home straight though, the Petrini athlete Rory Voss with a strong bend on the inside. Micho Tao going well. He looked so good in the 100 metre yesterday, but here comes the Manchester man, Ekhoragbon, just cruising through the line. 22:23. He's run sub 22 seconds before, and that looked comfortable, didn't really push it. So we'll see Mosseratin, Ekhoragbon, Rory Voss and Micho Tao in the semi-finals later on. Pretty good, didn't he, in the blue? Mosseratin, Ekhoragbon.
In first place, representing Southampton with a distance of 48 metres to 10, and with the bronze medal, Great DJ. She's already wearing it. In second place, with a distance of 47 seconds, representing Blackheath, today's silver medal winner, U17. In third place, with a distance of 51 metres 68, representing Swale, and today's gold medal and Lion winner.
Well, that was the lineup from our third heat, and it was lane 6, 3 and 4 that qualified automatically. 22:23 the win for Mosseratin Ekhoragbon. And the 15 boys high jump. I think the bar is currently at 1 metre 72. Wind conditions just making things a bit difficult out there for them, I think.
Now gone up to 3 metres 71.
It's the fourth and final heat of the under-17 men's 200 metres. 100-metre champion from yesterday. A great personal best, 10.75, Rusciano Thomas Riley. He goes in lane 4 on the inside. It's Conor McCarthy from Plymouth. Jack Patterson, Cardiff athlete, goes in lane 3. As mentioned, Thomas Riley, the Coventry Guyver man, got a best of 22.36. That puts him 14th in the UK rankings. That was into a headwind underneath him back in June. We need a bit more than that today to get amongst the medals. We've already seen a 22.03 from Albert Bradshaw in that second heat. Jamie Carrott, well, he's top of the UK rankings, 21.85, so these heats are very, very competitive, and just wonder whether or not he will head out the blocks fast and set a marker. Rusciano Thomas Riley will have to try and chase him down. Alex Leadbeater, the Lee Harrier, close to home for him. He goes in lane 7, and Ayo Babatunde from Havering goes in lane 8. So, big question in the 200 metres. Will Rusciano Thomas Riley have enough in the legs? 3 hectic rounds in the 100 yesterday, 10.81 personal best in the semi-final and 10.75 in the final. It's a lot of running, but one of the benefits of being young is you recover quickly, so we shall see whether or not he can do the business here. Jamie Carrott, though, I'm sure will be trying to set a marker out. Well, no Rusciano Thomas Riley in this 200 metres then, so it is down to Jamie Carrott, the UK leader, the green and yellow vest of Charnwood. Well, Carrott getting out well and now beginning to surge past Leadbeater, and Babatunde outside of him on the inside. Jack Patterson trying to get amongst it at the minute, the Cardiff man, but Jamie Carrott going to have to dig a little bit deeper here. Look over his right hand shoulder, looks relaxed on the inside. A great run, 22.14. I think Jack Patterson, the Cardiff man, probably just got that. It will be a new lifetime best for him. Jamie Carrott keeping it very relaxed from lane 6. And we will see those two in the semi-finals in about an hour and a half's time. 6.90 there, the Cardiff man in the blue strip. Jack Patterson, previous personal best, 22.28, 22.14 on the clock here. We'll wait for the official confirmation of that result. So that's your 4 heats of the under-17 men's 200 metres done and dusted. Next up, it's the men's 100-metre wheelchair final. 2 athletes going in that. We'll keep an eye on the under-15 boys high jump for the time being. And here he goes. 1m72 on the 3rd attempt, and unfortunately that's his day over here.
top two. Under 17 men's hammer competition is just warming up, due off shortly. Beyond the latter stages.
Well, next up we've got the men's 100-metre wheelchair final. That's up on the track and they're just getting things ready at the start line. Good shot of the pole vault in the Etihad Stadium in behind here. Well, the athletes will go in lanes 2 and 4. Both T54 athletes. Ilyas Segundi, the Weir Archer Academy athlete, goes in lane 2, and outside him, Orhan Porter from Leeds City Athletics Club. Great, we've got a range of disability events here this weekend. The wheelchair athletes, they prefer a Mondo surface, but still a good track here in Manchester at Sport City. And we'll be back in just a week and a half's time for the Manchester International. We'll bring you a little bit more information on that later on. So Ilyas Segundi in 2, Oliver Porter in lane 4, the man on the outside. It's the wheelchair 100-metre final. No issues then at the start. Pretty even at the moment, keeping the cadence strong. Segundi on the inside, just beginning to edge this one away now. Porter going very well, but it's all about Ilyas Segundi in the second half of this race, into his rhythm. 1974 on the clock, a good time for the Weir Archer Academy man. First wheelchair final of the weekend here from Sport City Manchester. Bit of a tailwind as well, I think, which the sprinters absolutely love. That same wind just making things a bit difficult in the pole vault. Another failure. The bar is now at 380. I'll try and bring you the results from that as and when we have them. Remember, you can get them online as well. Head to the England Athletics website to check, and go to England Athletics Twitter page as well. We've got some middle distance action for you now. Had some walks, the 300 hurdles, men's 200 heats, and now it's 4 finals, the under 15s and then the under 17s. A few minutes till they get underway.
New lead in the long jump in this final round. 0.8, and it's Madeline Way of Porsche, 5 metres 56. efforts in the high jump there for Colin Sam Wright.
Well, it's our first distance running final of the day, and well, these conditions really, it's starting to spit with rain again. It's not very nice. It's pretty cold as well. I think the temperature is something like 14 degrees, although it feels a lot colder. I can tell you my hands do not feel like they are in August. They are stuck in December. The lineup, this under 15 girls 800 metres, then Summer Chapman, she's on the inside. Caitlin McCloy is in 2, Anna Gisborne, Katie Bilby, Shakira King, Nia Harrison Sargent, Laura Turner and Lila Unwin, the 8 athletes in this one. The fastest through to the final from that first round yesterday afternoon. It was a bit wetter than this, but it was Shakira King, the Rican Valley AC athlete. On paper, she's the fastest in the field. She's second in the UK rankings. Anna Gisborne, she starts in 3. The Bury athlete, well, she's ran 2:13. Is it going to be fast? Well, we're not too convinced of that just yet, but Shakira King did take it out well yesterday in the heat, so maybe we'll see the same from her today. She's over 2 seconds quicker than the next fastest athlete in the lineup today, so the young athletes under 15s, 2:11 would be a good performance in a final like this, but conditions not like we would desire. Green card, it's cold, I mean, I'm shaking. I can't imagine how they are down on the track, and I've got 3 coats on. So the under 15 girls 800 metre final. Ridiculously long hold, but they're gone. Shakira King is going, and she is already at the front, and we're not even at the break. And well, that's the sort of pace we would expect in a 400. Shakira King now at the front by a good 5 or 10 metres. Sitting in behind her, it's 2:05 Anna Gisborne, as we mentioned before things got underway. And well, King is 5 metres ahead of Gisborne, and Gisborne's 10 metres, maybe even 15 now ahead of the rest of the field. So the chasers are going to have a lot of work to do, but perhaps they're just going about it a bit more even. Shakira King really went after it in the opening 200, and Gisborne now just beginning to squeeze the gap down to 3 metres. King will come through the belt at the front, diminutive figure, looking pretty good. 63 on the bell, Gisborne around about 64, and currently sitting in 3rd. It's a battle between Unwin and Bilby. There's still the rest of the field in the mix for that bronze medal though. Can Shakira King hold off Anna Gisborne for the next 300 metres? They both look pretty good. It was a very pacey opening 200, and Lila Unwin trying to charge forward in that bronze medal position now. Number 392 in the red strip of Reigate Priory AC. The gap at the front has not really changed over the last 400 metres. It's still at the front with Shakira King. Gisborne looks strong in 2nd. Can she try and close this one down in the final 100 metres? They come into the home straight with a bit of a tailwind on their back. King leading, grits her teeth, digs deep, keeping that lead, driving forward. Gisborne on her coattails, and Gisborne might just be able to close a little bit more in the final 20 metres. Shakira King treading towards her a bit, but she's going to take it. 2:13.74, and look at this for a finish. For 3rd, Nia Harrison Sargent left it late, but she finished so strong. She takes the bronze medal. A gutsy run from Shakira King. She did similar in the heats yesterday. She took it out hard, and it paid off in the end. Commitment from Anna Gisborne to go with the pace as well, and rewarded with a fine silver medal for her. Well, what a way to kick things off with our first 800 metre final of the day. Shakira King, she's the England under-15 800 metre champion. She's the English Schools Junior 1500 metre champion, and a real middle distance talent coming up here in Sports City this weekend. No rest for the wicked. It's the under-15 boys up over the 2 laps next. Again, we might not be looking at PBs, but you could see something very competitive indeed.
So we're on to the 15 boys, 800 metre final. Athletes just delivering up. First round in the U17 men's hammer range, 8 street with 51 metres. Exactly. So the 50-15 boys final in lane 1, James McCarroll and Wayne Riley. Lane 2, Aaron Walton, Oswestry Olympians. Then in 3, Jack Kinraid of Shrewsbury. In 4, Josh Dunn of Chichester. In 5, Kieran Sriskandaraja of Burnhill. In 6, Callum Lill of Basildon. 7, Reece Crawford of Aberdeen. And in 8, Henry Dawes of Newport Arrow.
Well, the under-15 boys 800 metre final then. The 2 athletes to really keep an eye out for in this, Kinraid and Sriskandaraja. Both met in the English Schools final on this track 4 or so weeks ago. It's James McCallan in 1, Aaron Warburton starts in 2. Jack Kinraid, the fastest in the lineup. He's got a 1:58.69 best set this season. Josh Dunn looked pretty good as well in the heat of Chichester runner. Kieran Sriskandaraja goes in 5, and Callum Lill in 6. Reece Crawford in 7, and Henry Dawes goes in 8. Well, who will try and take this one out? We saw in the under-15 girls it was a gun to take win really. At the front, Aaron Warburton, perhaps an unlikely leader. 7.45 just on the outside. Sriskandaraja in the black and red of Hernhill Harriers, just choosing to sit in behind at the moment. Jack Kinraid on the blue, around about 4th at the moment on the inside curve, just being tracked, and it's interesting that the 2 fastest in the field find themselves in the middle of the pack. Aaron Warburton choosing to lead it as they come round and look towards the bell. It's a bit breezy, it's a bit rainy now, and it changes a few things. On the outside in 7, Reece Crawford getting in the mix. Aaron Warburton keeping this very honest at the moment, but it's the 2 main protagonists sitting back in 4th and 5th, and now Jack Kinraid starts to surge around the outside. Sriskandaraja keeping his eye on him. There's only half a second just left on personal best, and Jack Kinraid, the Shrewsbury man in the blue, now finds himself at the front down the back straight. Sriskandaraja's got a 3 or 4 metre gap behind him. 5.66, that's Reece Crawford from Aberdeen. He's sitting in 2nd at the minute, having the race of his life, the 2:01 man. Sriskandaraja is 10 metres back from Jack Kinraid, and Kinraid leading this one out. Kinraid put his foot down with 220 metres to go. He's digging deep, he's looking over his inside shoulder. He won't see anybody. Sriskandaraja just nudging himself back into second. It's a big battle between him and Reece Crawford, but this race at the front, 2 minutes 03, the win for Jack Kinraid. Kiran Sriskandaraja coming through for second in the end, and a gutsy run from Reece Crawford in taking that one out. He gets the bronze, and coming through for fourth, Josh Dunn. But Jack Kinraid, he left it, was patient, sat in the middle of the pack, let that man in the middle there from Austria Olympians, Aaron Warburton, take it out at the start. Perhaps wouldn't have expected to see himself there, but in the end, Jack Kinraid gets the title just outside 2 minutes.
Now registration for the T34 wheelchair men 100 metres final. Silver medal today representing City Athletics in 19.62. Oliver Porter. Cameras over for applause. And today's winner, the gold medal going to the athlete from rear archer in a time of 18.94. Please give a big hand to Ilyas Chagundi. So a big smile, Charles.
Well, the 800 metre action continues, and it's the under-17 men's now. Tom Denning will go from lane 1, George Thomas in 2, Dan Galloway, the Telford man, in 3. Well, the favourite, the commentary diver Harrier, Jake Minshall, he goes in 4. Kai Crawford of Aberdeen in 5. Elliot Savage in 6. Well, he's certainly going to be a contender for the gold here. Matt Brunnock of Hereford, he goes in 7, and keep an eye out for Christian Green, the Holmfirth Harrier, on the outside in lane 8. Well, on paper, Jake Minshall is 1.5 seconds faster than the next best man in this field, Elliot Savage, but as we've seen from the other 2 800 finals already this morning, sometimes these conditions don't make it easy and becomes a bit more tactical. So Jake Minshall the favourite. Keep an eye out for Elliot Savage and Christian Green. The wind, the rain. Well, we've got a patch of blue sky appeared for the first time in the weekend here at Sports City. It's not ideal conditions. Will Minshall try and take it out like Shakira King did in the under-15 girls? Or will he try and sit in like Jack Kildun did in the under-15 boys? They're away this time, the second time of asking. Denning, Thomas, Galloway, Minshall, Crawford, Savage, Brunnock and Green. You line up for the under-17 men's 800 metre final on the outside in that Holmfirth Harrier yellow strip, golden strip really, isn't it? Christian Green, the 154 man, 7th in the UK list this year, 153.90, finds himself at the front. Minshall sitting in second, Kai Crawford in second, Minshall's in third, and Savage in the green strip, the tallest man in the field, just sitting in behind Minshall, and it's not ridiculously quick, about 43 through the first 300. The 2 main protagonists then, Minshall and Savage, just keeping sheltered from these conditions. Green making it honest, Crawford making it honest, 57.2 through the belt. They're more than capable of that. These guys at BMCs will be going through 54, 55 seconds, so this is not particularly quick. And now Crawford in the white strip, just passing green. Green fading slightly. Minchell going with him. The tall figure of Savage, the Sale Harrier man on home turf, just coming in to contention now. Minchell with 200 metres to go tries to put his foot down, just edging out Crawford, and Minchell now with a long run for home. Can Savage try and get back amongst it? He's got a bit of work to do. He's 3 or 4 metres adrift. Crawford having the race of his life, trying to hold off Savage at the moment, but this race is Jake Minchell's, and Minchell striding home, working hard. The Telford man, Dan Galloway, coming back into second. Minchell's working for this one. He's going to take the England title. What a finish from Dan Galloway from Telford. A huge finish. He left it late, but what a run. 1:52.67 on the clock for Jake Minchell. He had that one wrapped up from 200 metres out. The real race was for silver and bronze. And Dan Galloway may well have just got a big lifetime best for second. But Jake Minchell, a multi-talented man, gets his England under 17 800 metre title in 1:52.64. Well, that's the third of our 4 800 metre finals, and we've had a couple of crackers, haven't we? Only the under 17 women's edition to come. Your champion, Jake Minchell of Coventry Godiva Harriers.
If you'd like to put your medal down for a moment, please. William? Can you put your medal back down on the pillow? And the line. Thank you. Right, this is the official presentation. You wanted to get it done quickly. For the men's under 17 pole, previously was just the announcement. The winner of the gold medal, William Trott, representing Swansea, the height of 371. Congratulations, please up your back.
Metre final, it's the under 17 women. Poppy Elton of Worcester is in lane 1, Annabelle Hedge of St Sultan's, Iris Downs of Shrewsbury, Katie Johnson is in 4th, and then Holly Watson of Chelmsford, Nicole McGovern of Shafter Barnet,
well, it's the women's under 17 800 metre final, and Poppy Elton goes on the inside. Annabelle Hedge in 2, Iris Downs, Shrewsbury athlete, looked pretty good yesterday. Second fastest in the field, 2:08. Katie Johnson, the Edinburgh AC athlete, fastest in the field with 2:06. She goes in 5. She's also the England under 20 champion. So there's a real opportunity here to make an almost unprecedented double, I think, with the under 17 and under 20 title in the same season. So keep an eye out for her in the white of Edinburgh. In 5 it's Holly Watson, 6 Nicole McGovern, 7 Lucy Scothern, and in 8 Scarlett Livingston. Well, we had a few difficulties at the start of these 800s. The athlete's just a bit wobbly on the start line. So the second time of asking for this under 17 women's 800 final, and as you would expect, the fastest in the field, the tall figure of Katie Johnston from Edinburgh going to the front. It was very, very easy for her yesterday, and they're making this fairly slow. Johnson not willing to really push the pace. She found herself at the front, about 32 seconds through 200, and it's a bit blustery out there, so no real advantage of wind anywhere on this track. It's just typical for those of you that have been to Sport City before. Race BMCs here can sometimes be so blustery, it's just difficult to put a solid race together. But it's all packed in at the moment. On the inside, Iris Downs, the Shrewsbury athlete, just sitting at the front. So perhaps the two favourites for the title. Just shoulder to shoulder, 68. Well, that was very slow. 32 for the first two, 66.5 for the second 200. It's slow, and the athletes having to fight around the outside. They're all bunched in. There's a chance for a bronze between 3 or 4 athletes really, but will we see Katie Johnson start to stretch to the front? And now she just eases toward the front of the pack, and Iris Downs just slipping back on the inside a bit, got bunched in at the belt. She's now in second. It's KG Johnson trying to win the under 20 and under 17 title in the same season. On the outside though, here comes Watson, the Chelmsford Harrier, trying to push in. She's got a best of 2:11. It's been slow, so she's in the mix now, and Katie Johnson just striding for this one. Can she bring it home? Watson in second. It's all about Katie Johnson of Edinburgh. She's done enough. 2:12.58. McGovern comes through for the silver. Watson just being run out of it for third in the end. Well, there were negative splits in the end. It looked hard work out there, didn't it? It was slow, the pace was undulating. But Katie Johnson, what a season. England under 20 champion, England under 17 champion. The Edinburgh athlete doing the business here in Manchester this weekend.
In the silver medal position is a time of 2 minutes 14.08, representing WHC, and the silver medal winner, Anna Gisborne. And in third place today, in a time of 2 minutes 13.76, representing Greek Root Valley, and the gold medal winner, Shakira King.
Well, the next set of races then at 11:35. Geez, what a morning. We've only been going for an hour and a half, and it seems like we've been here all day, and it's just so much action coming thick and fast. It's next up on the track with the under 17 men's 400 metre final. We've then got the under 17 women's 1500 metre steeplechase final. Some 200 metres, and that will take us for the next hour or so. The under 17 men's 400 final next up on the track.
Okay, I've got to do this fairly quickly. Third place representing Trafford AC with a distance of 5:43, and today's gold medal winner Amber Brown. In second place representing North Devon with a distance of 5:47, Eden Robinson. Today's gold medal winner with a distance of 5:56, having trouble controlling the bear from Birkfield Harriers, and the gold medal winner, Ella Woods.
Well, the sunshine comes out, the sun beams down. It's the next final, it's the 400 metres. 17 men. Rowan Pearson of Lewis in 2, Reece Bennett of Leamington Cycling, then in 3, Calvin Smith, Shaftesbury Barnet, 4, Matt Marvin of Decorah Country, also from Decorah, Tom Gonks is in lane 5, then it's Casper Matisiak at Tinton, and 7, Jack Declan of Oxford City, and 8, Callum Kente of Cumberland.
Well, the lineup then for this under-17 men's 400 metre final. Rowan Pearson goes in 1. Rhys Bennett in 2. Calvin Smith, the out-and-out favourite, 48.63 best. Very comfortable in the heat yesterday. Matthew Marvin, he goes in lane 4. Tom Gaunts in 5. Casper Matusiak from Tipton in 6. Jack Littman goes in 7. Callum Mackenzie goes in lane 8. Your lineup then for the under-17 men's 400 metre final. They are away. What a start from Tom Gaunts. Already closing the gap on Casper Matusiak outside of him, and he now settles into his running. Calvin Smith striding down the back straight and beginning to edge forward himself. At the 200 metre mark then, there's not too much to choose between Smith and Gaunts, and Smith just easing back a little bit now. On the outside, Mackenzie in the mix for a medal, but they will come into the home straight, and Gaunts just has the edge. As the curve unravels, Smith begins to stride forward. He's gritting his teeth. Gaunts just feigning a bit here, but it's going to be Calvin Smith that pulls away for the win. 49.14. Tom Gaunts gets the silver, and on the outside, Callum Mackenzie picking up the bronze. Well, it's hard work, 400 metres. You've seen how difficult it's been for the 800 metre athletes in the finals we've just had, but the 400 metres is a fierce race, and in conditions like this, it's not the most enjoyable. Calvin Smith got the job done, and is your England under-17 champion for 2021.
The silver winner representing Preston Harriers with a jump of 1.66 Jay Whiteside. And the gold medal winner jumping 1 metre 80 centimetres representing Chelmsford AC, Sam Wright.
And the competition full throughout. Jane Ray to presentation, please. Jane Ray to presentation as soon as you can. Events happening at the moment. Competition. Next on track is the women's 15 metre steeplechase. Competition 61.35. Harrier. Matt Page into district. With his follow-up throw.
qualification for the under 15 boys 800 metres. In third place representing Aberdeen Amateur Athletic Club with time of 2 minutes 1.58, and the bronze medal winner Reese Crawford. And picking up the silver medal with a time of 2 minutes 1.49 seconds. Kieran Strickland-Raga. I hope that's correct. Today's gold medal winner representing Shrewsbury AC in a time of 2 minutes flat 0.03 seconds. Jack Kinraid.
For that page, all the competitions, 53.15. Just below the personal best with that 60 metres throw.
Well, the next track final is underway, and it's the under 17 women's 1500 metre steeplechase, 3 3/4 laps of the track. Rachel Clutterbuck at the front there. She's the UK leader by over 4 seconds. Well, it's part of a pretty special English schools win. The 3 at the front, all from Windsor, Slough and Hounslow, all coached by the same Shireen Higgins, and a bit of a stutter there for Clutterbuck, and a good dodge from her teammate Freya Ruffles, and they're really going after this. Teammates, training partners, doing the business, packing in together. They are top of the UK rankings. Clutterbuck and Ruffles are 7 seconds faster than Jessica Hatch, who is just tucked in, number 222 there, in 3rd place at the moment. She's 3 seconds faster than the 4th ranked athlete in the UK this year. So the medals are Windsor, Slough and Hounslow's to lose, really. Kia D, who's 4th in the UK, just slipping into 3rd, and maybe to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. Some good technical water jumps as well from these young athletes. It's a difficult skill to master, and those of you that have watched the Olympics in the last 9 days will certainly have seen some questionable hurdling technique. everybody's got their own style and way of doing it, but very important to master that art of it. It's not just running, it's the barriers where you lose so much time, and a bit of a stutter in second from Ruffles. Less than 800 to go, around about the halfway point now. Kia D, the Cheltenham County athlete, she has just closed the gap somewhat on Freya Ruffles. They're going after this one, and Rachel Clutterbuck has, well, I'm sure she's been inspired by some of the antics in Tokyo with new British record holder Lizzie Bird. Wonderful performance from her, 9:19 over the 3,000 metre steeplechase, and Rachel Clutterbuck will look to progress to that sort of distance in the next couple of years. Battle on for second at the moment. Ruffles leading as they come into the bell from Kia D. Kia D has put herself in a great position here to strike for home. Clutterbuck, she's not out of the woods just yet. She's close enough for Ruffles and D to try and charge down. You never know what's left in the tank in fourth, Jessica Hatch, just some 50 or 60 metres back, and Clutterbuck, she's set the pace from the gun. She's digging deep and trying to keep her rhythm. D now just moving up into the second for the first time. Maybe she's got one eye on the gold. She can see Rachel Clutterbuck. The gap now down to inside 15 metres as they come over the water jump for the final time. Clutterbuck took a bit of a splatter then. D has a much better clearance. Has she got anything left in the home straight? Ruffles a little look over her inside shoulder to check if she's clear for bronze, and she is, and Kia D is coming through strongly here. What a great final hurdle of the last barrier. Clutterbuck led from gun, but it's Kia D, the Cheltenham athlete, coming through to take the win. 4:56.74. That's a huge lifetime best from Kia D. Puts her second just behind Clutterbuck in the UK rankings. A great performance from Clutterbuck. She dug deep and took it out, tried to make it honest, and she did. And Kia D, a great run. I don't think she can quite believe it. And coming through for fourth now, Jessica Hatch. It's silver, bronze in fourth this time for Shireen Higgins athletes. And this, the final 60 metres. Kia D timing it to perfection, found the inside line, and they are absolutely spent on the track. Well, we have a bit more blue sky now. This was not to be expected after the barbaric rain we had this morning, and Kia D, I don't think she can quite believe it, can she? Great performance. Well, next up, we've got some more 200 metre action. We've had the under-17 men's heats earlier on. We've got the other three sections of heats on the programme next. So bring that in just a few minutes' time.
With 2 minutes 12.57 from Edinburgh, Katie Johnson. station for the men U17 final. Bronze men, 1 minute 53.80 from Aberdeen, 9 Crawford. Silver medal, 1 minute 53.17 from Townsend and Galloway. And gold medal, 1:52.70, Coventry diver Jake Mitchell.
Well, next up, it's the men's 200 metre wheelchair final. We've seen these two over the 100 earlier on. Oliver Porter in 2 and Ilias Segundi goes in 4. Bit of a switch, they had reverse lanes in the 100 metres earlier on. Great to see them back out, a bit drier, a bit of blue sky here actually. Bit deceiving to be honest, because it's not nice. Everybody's got a coat on, 2 coats, 3 hoodies, a scarf and some gloves probably. It's that sort of day here in Manchester. Welcome to British summer. Perfect, isn't it? Just how we like it. Everyone in UK track and field knows these conditions. But despite the conditions, we had some very fast 100 metres yesterday, so we may have a bit more of the same over the 200 today. Segundi on the outside there from the Weir Archer Academy. Oliver Porter was strong up the gun earlier on, and we'll see what this race entails. Men's 200 metre wheelchair final. Porter in 2, Segundi in 4. Away with the gun. Segundi trying to set the pace on the outside. Porter going with him at the moment. And as we come into the home straight, the stagger will unravel, and I think it's going to be Porter who's just got an edge. Segundi has to adjust and re-straighten and straighten again, and he's losing a bit of pace with this. Porter digging deep, gritting his teeth. It's going to be Segundi that takes it. A second win for him. 36-39. Great race from Porter. But it's Ilias Segundi from the Weir Archer Academy that takes his second win of the day. Both T54 category athletes. They will get their medals in due course. This is the finish, and Segundi just having to make a number of adjustments to straighten his front wheel in that home straight. A challenge. It's not just about putting the pace and power down and the rhythm, it's about having the skill and accuracy to keep toward the line. Well, it's the under 15 girls, 200 metre heats next up. We have 2 heats. before the final. 2:45 this afternoon.
With the 200 metres, it's two teams of U15 girls. The first three in each race, two fastest qualifiers to the final. Lane 1, we have Arne Corina on the lead side, then Cara da Costa is Hazelden, Sherlock at Gateshead, Vidal, York, Tunbridge, Russell side, Nottingham, Nana Keenan, Hillingdon, Indiana Marshall.
The first heat of the under 15 girls 200 metres about to get underway. From the inside we've got Amani Kwamina from London Heath side. In 2, Cara da Costa from Basildon, Amelia Sherlock in 3, Freya Vidal in 4, Harriet Medlin in 5, Hannah Wilson in 6, Nana Kwenu in 7, and Indiana Marshall goes in lane 8. The fastest in this lineup would have been Nana Kwenu, but she does not start from lane 7. Keep an eye out for Freya Vidal in lane 4. Cleanly away, and Freya Vidal, the York athlete, already beginning to close the gap. And as she comes into the home straight, she will be in the lead on the outside. Indiana Marshall having a good run from 6. Hannah Wilson also in the mix. It's the first 3 automatically through to the final, but it's City of York's Freya Vidal who's going to take this one. 25.89, just ahead of Indiana Marshall on the outside, and picking up that third automatic qualifying spot, it's Hannah Wilson from Blythe Running Club, just outside 26 seconds. But those 3 then, the athletes automatically through. It's only 2 heats, and just looking through the lineup, we've got our 100 metre champion from yesterday going in heat 2, but pretty comfortable with in the end. Looks like she's got a bit more in the tank. Her best is 25.55, so half a second down from that in the heats, and she's certainly got the ability to go faster. Championship best performance in this a couple of years ago. No success, Edouan. 23.71 windy. I don't think we've really got anybody here this weekend that's going to get near that. If they go under 25 seconds, it'd be a good performance. Only one athlete from the UK has done that this year, but Orla Munns is not here this weekend, so our leader fastest in the field this weekend, Eden Robinson, she goes in for second at the English schools on this track last month. Coventry Divers Daniela Bleach goes in 2. Savannah Morgan, saw her yesterday in the 100 metres, she goes in 3. Eden Robinson, as we mentioned, the favourite for the title perhaps, but we'll talk about Now Desir in a second. Lily Bradley goes in 5, Now Desir in 6. The Cardiff Archer, strong finish in the 100 metres yesterday. What she got over the 200 metres perhaps. And Ella Woods, the Birchfield athlete, goes in 7. Neve Legal Wirral goes on the outside in lane 8. So the 7 athletes in this one then. Top 3 will go through automatically. A nervous wait for the 2 non-automatic qualifiers. But I suspect Eden Robinson will control this gun to tape, and Now Desir, the 100 metre champion, will be trying to find some of the pace that got her that huge 12.08 personal best yesterday. So the second of the under-15 girls 200 metre heats. Bleach in 2, Morgan in 3, Robinson in 4, Bradley in 5, Desir in 6, Woods in 7, and Legal in lane 8. They are away. A good start from Ella Woods, the Birchfield Harrier in the black strip, from 7 now. Now Desir begins to close the gap, and a bit of work to do perhaps for Eden Robinson as they come into the straight in. Oh, as she's pulled up, unfortunately. Bleach going well on the inside. Maybe she can get the 3rd spot. Now Desir holding on here. Going to take the win. 25.76. Just outside her lifetime best. Well, heartbreak and disappointment for Eden Robinson. Bit of a Derek Redmond about the way she crossed the line there, hobbling, and more recently a bit of Katrina Johnson-Thompson as well. But she's gutted. That England title was surely in the bag, and sometimes it happens. These are young athletes. She'll have many, many more opportunities going forward, but the win from Heat 2, it was just off the bend. We've been there. I've been there at that point in the 200. She responded better than I did, I think. I threw a spike at her hurdle, but Now Desir coming through nicely on the outside in 8. Neve Legal getting 2nd, and Lily Bradley from City of Norwich progressing through to the final as well. So we'll try and bring you the non-automatic qualifiers in the 15 girls 200 metres as and when we have them.
Presentation, please, from the steeplechase. Presentation. for James Taylor, 5.99. So 15 girls on the 15 girls shot from second round.
Well, we continue the theme with the 200 metres, and it's the under 15 boys now up, and they have a bit of blue sky. We've got a bit of sunshine on the track here at Sports City, and only 4 athletes in this heat. Joseph Berry of Newport goes into lane 3 is empty. Samuel Jugru in 4. Lewis Parsons in 6, and Troy Over goes in lane 7. Well, away cleanly on the outside, Troy Over getting a good start from the inside then. Newport's Joseph Berry beginning to show his quality and looks very, very smooth. Over still in the mix on the outside. It's going to be the first 3 who automatically qualify. Berry looks over his shoulder, realises he's got a 5 or 6 metre lead. 23.17, it's comfortable for him. Coming through strong at the end was Lewis Parsons from West Cheshire in the purple strip, and I think Troy Over just done enough to hold on for that 3rd automatic qualifying spot, so he will be in the final later on this afternoon, which is at 2:40 p.m. Well, Berry got off to a great start, really started motoring halfway round the bend and cruised to the line in the final 50. Parsons just edging over, somewhere under 24 seconds. The wind reading from the last couple of races have been minus 0.7 plus 1.9. It's a bit swirly, a bit of a crosswind, so probably giving them a bit of assistance in the second half of the bend, but a bit of a crosswind not very helpful in the home straight either. This the second of the 2 heats. Connor Kelly will go in 2, Zico Jones in 3, Aaron Tugwell in 4, it's Rory Summers in 5, Ross Duffin in 6, and Rory Brogan in lane 7. And I believe all of those guys are starting. We sometimes get dropouts from our start list, but Zico Jones, the fastest entry. Just see him to the left of the picture in lane 3, setting up his blocks. He will wear the distinctive stripes of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. So keep an eye out for him.
Second heat, Connor Kelly, 2-2. Jones, Archers, Rory Summers, Tammy District, and Rory Berlin.
Well, the officials are ready, the athletes are ready for Heat 2 of the under-15 boys, 200 metres. The favourite for the title goes in this heat. Zico Jones is the UK number 1. Teddy Wilson, who set that UK under-15 record, UK under-15 best in the 100 metres. He's not running this race today, so just resting after that incredible 10.78 yesterday. So we'll come to Zico Jones, the UK leader. So Kelly, Jones, Tugwell, Summers, Duffin and Brogan, the lineup, and expect Zico Jones to stamp his authority on this field. Away cleanly, and a good start from Summers. And now we start to see Zico Jones getting to his running. He begins to push the pace outside of him. Aaron Tugwell having a good run at the moment, but here comes Zico Jones working to the line. 22.54. I suspect that's going to be a good personal best for Aaron Tugwell, the Cardiff Archer. 22.54 on the clock. I'll have a little look at the wind reading. Just looking at the windsock as they came into the home stretch, it was a bit of a headwind perhaps, so it's swirling here today. Zico Jones there, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, number 629, comfortably through to the final later on this afternoon. This is the finish, and Aaron Tugwell really did make him work for it, didn't he? And just trying to keep an eye. I think it was Rory Summers that came through for that third automatic qualifying spot, really digging deep coming through the line. Tight for third, but it was Summers of Tavistock that got that third automatic qualifying spot. We'll see those guys in the final in a couple of hours' time. Heat 1 of the under-17 women's 200 metres then. Top 2 in the UK rankings this year. Not racing in this, but we do have the 100 metre champion from yesterday going in Heat 2. The lineup for Heat 1 though, it's Millie Hardy going from lane 2, Elaine Francis in 3, Jessica Lee in 4, Shurana Williams in 5, Ava Jones in 6, Neka Oko in 7, and Lily Murphy in lane 8. Ava Jones, the fastest in this heat. In the red strip of Hampshire Harriers, 3 from the outside, and already beginning to storm past the 2 athletes outside of her. Lily Murphy having a good run from lane 8. She's in the mix for one of the top 3 automatic qualifying spots. But at the moment, it's Ava Jones, a Hampshire Harrier, showing her class. Lily Murphy on the outside, the East Cheshire Harrier coming through for second. She's going to push it all the way to the line. It's going to be tight, but Hampshire Harriers, Ava Jones takes the win, 25-1-7. Lily Murphy gets second, and we'll just have to watch the replay to catch who came through for third. Only the top 3 automatically qualified. There's then 2 non-automatic qualifiers that will also make the final this afternoon. But great bend from Ava Jones, wasn't it? Flew round it, set the pace early on, and everyone had to try and chase her down. The windstop's currently still, so there might not be much of a tailwind or a headwind on the record for that one, but look at Lily Murphy here, just working hard, trying to close that gap all the way. And from lane 4, Jessica Lee and Harrier came through for third, so we'll see those 3 in the final later on. Heat 2 of the under-17 women's 200 metres then. Trezeguet Taylor going in this after a fine personal best yesterday. Pretty happy with how that one went. Bit of a celebration, she came across the line, and she goes in lane 6 here, but Stephanie Jones, who the local athlete from Stockport, she's in 2. Larry Jones of Menai Track and Field in 3. Millie King, well she came 6th the England Senior Championships, so dropping down a couple of age groups here. She ran 24.09 in the heats at Bedford last month. Without a doubt, on paper, certainly the favourite for the Ipswich athlete for the title. Evie Patrick goes in 5. Trezeguet Taylor, well, she set a new lifetime best yesterday in the 100. She's run 24.95 over the 200 this year. She's certainly a 60-100 specialist, but can do the business as well over the 200. Rosella Togo of Bury, she goes in lane 7, and Lucy Talent from Tunbridge in lane 8. Getting a very slight drizzle as we take a look at the long jump on the back straight. It's the under-17 men's going in this. I'm sure they will have seen the results from Nuneaton yesterday. The British and English champion Alex Farquharson from Coventry Godiva Harriers, now only 8-metre jumper this year, 8.01 in Nuneaton yesterday. Good performance from him at Commonwealth Games standard as well. So I suspect we'll see some more with this long jump as we go through these 200 metre heats as well. They're running hopefully with a bit of the wind.
Come on down and buy your tickets via the England Athletics website from Manchester-international.co.uk. Manchester-international Wednesday the 18th of August. With these Saturday athletes in contention this weekend, winning medals, will be competing against under 18 teams in that competition. Receiving the late show, so this is second heat. Moving to the front of the discus. Just the four competitors. So Simpson goes into the circle. Ladies do line up for this second heat. We think we've got Stephanie Jones who stops on track and field. Mary Jones and Men
Well, they're now on the track. It's a bit of a pause between that first and second heat. Stephanie Jones goes in 2, Larry Jones in 3. Millie King the favourite for this heat, certainly in lane 4. Evie Patrick in 5. Trezeguet Taylor, the 100 metre champ, in lane 6. Rosella Togo in 7, and Lucy Talon goes in lane 8. The under-17 women's 200 metres heat 2, the final 2.5 hours time, 2:50 p.m. Stay with us if you want to keep an eye out for that one. Evie Patrick of Norwich does not start in lane 5. They are underway. Trezeguet Taylor, as you would expect, with an electric start and storming round the bend, but Millie King has got a bit of a gap between her and Taylor, and she's already closed that down and will come into the home straight with a lead. Trezeguet Taylor working hard in second. Millie King just striding away now. Trezeguet Taylor keeping the gap short, and she's just closed it slightly. 24.63. Well, Trezeguet Taylor is going to have a new lifetime best in the 200 metres as well. Much quicker than that first heat. Millie King really showing her class here. We will see them in the final later on. Just catch an eye on the replay to confirm our third automatic qualifier from lane 2. Steph Jones is having a good run. She might have just held on for it in the end. The win though definitely with Millie King. Trezeguet Taylor picking up second. From lane 8, Lucy Talon, the Tunbridge athlete, coming through for that third automatic qualifying spot. Millie King, well, certainly her name down as the favourite for the title, but plenty of running left for her to get the gold. Next up, it's some more 200 metres. We've got the under 17 men's semi-finals. We've seen the heats this morning. Compelling final in prospect. Dean Patterson, the 100 metre silver medalist with 10.77 yesterday. Luciano Thomas Riley resting after his 100 metre gold, so he's not here to contest for the title, but we'll bring you those 200 metre semi-finals in just a couple of minutes' time.
Competition. Fifth round of the discus. Still staying positions in the long jump. How's after 3 rounds? And semi-final leading on 6.75.
Well, the under 17 men's 200 semi-finals are about to get underway, and I suppose the big story is that Dean Patterson is not on the start line, so nobody will be in lane 3, the 100 metre silver medalist. But we do have perhaps the favourite, the UK number 1, Jamie Carrott, he goes in 4, but it's Alex Leadbeater in 1, Conor McCarthy in 2, Carrott in 4, Alex Hoopchin in 5. Albert Bradshaw looked really good for a personal best, 22.02 in the heat. Morgan Corcoran, personal best in round 1 as well, and Rory Voss goes on the outside. Got a good start, keep an eye out for him. There's a swirling wind, it's not ideal Still quite cool as well, so you wouldn't think it's great sprinting conditions, but the youngsters here have already stepped up this weekend. Keep an eye out for Jamie Carrott, the UK leader, Charnwood man from lane 4. Well, really good start from Hoochin in 5. Carrott got a bit of work to try and go with him. Bradshaw will come through strongly in the home straight. Not too much to choose between them, but now Bradshaw starts to put his foot down, the tall figure. Carrott having to work hard. I don't think Carrott's going to be able to come past him. He's put in a late surge in. Bradshaw might just get there on the dip. 22.32. A bit slower than the heat. Carrott, in all fairness to him, wearing tracksuit bottoms, so taking it pretty comfortable, but on the line it looked like it was Albert Bradshaw, the Macclesfield man. There he is, just getting the win. Keep an eye out on the replay for who picked up that 3rd spot. And Hoochin in 5, the yellow strip of Worcester, had a really good start on the outside. Rory Voss looking pretty good. Big dip coming in from Bradshaw, I think, on the outside. Voss might have just nicked it. It's tight there, stride for stride, but Rory Voss and Alex Hoochin will have to wait for the official result to see who got it on the nod. We'll see Albert Bradshaw and Jamie Carrott in the final in a couple of hours' time. One semi-final down. One to go. Well, that's the semi-final 1 start list. We've already seen that. Semi-final 2, I think we're going to have a couple of empty lanes once again. Athletes having a long weekend. It's not great conditions either. I'm sure if it was 30 degrees we might have a bit of a different story, but there are still the UK school games to come, and Midland Southerns and stuff for some of these younger athletes, so plenty of competitions left to go. Doesn't look like Cannon Webb will start in lane 7. Jack Patterson looked really good, goes in lane 3 here. Zach Clark Green goes in 1, Ryan Hewitt outside of in 2, Jack Patterson in 3, Freddie Arkle in the yellow strip of Hercules Wimbledon. He looked very good earlier on, didn't he? Freddie Arkle and Mitch O'Tow just outside 11 seconds in the final for the 100 yesterday, for 4th. He goes in 5. Osseretin Ekhoragbon, Manchester, 21.9 this year, one of the favourites. He goes in lane 6. No Callum Webb outside of him, so he's going to have to work hard to try and chase down Ayo Babatunde of Havering in lane 8. The lineup once again then as they're called into their blocks: Clark Green, Hewitt, Jack Patterson, the Cardiff man in the blue. Keep an eye out for him, really good with a personal best in the heat, Arkle in 4, Tao in 5, Ekaragbon in 6, and Babatunde outside in lane 8. Quite a few of these athletes running around the same times in the heat, so keep an eye out for the middle lanes. Babatunde's going to have to work hard on the outside. Ekaragbon already trying to close the gap between him and lane 8. Tao having a good run in the yellow strip of Cornwall from 5. It's the men in the middle. Tao just leading at the moment. Can Patterson come back into this? Micho Tao looks might hold this on, but it's tight on the line. 22.03. Well, it was very, very close, wasn't it? Jack Patterson was reaching for the line. He looked as if he might have just got it. We will definitely have to wait for the result and the photo finish. It was pretty tight. It's the top 3 that go through. The 3 of them here, including Freddie Arkle in the middle, and I think Maserati and Ekaragbon just maybe missing out. It was tight between him and Arkle for that 3rd spot. The win going to either Patterson or Micho Tao. You would expect it was 22.03, quicker than the first heat. Maybe the wind just flipping around. It is swirling here at Sports City, but you would expect those top 4 of Patterson, Arkle, Tao and Ekaragbon to all go through to the final later on this afternoon. We'll bring you the result as and when we have it.
track, as you can see, hurdles, sprints, hurdles, on the 15 girls 75 metres, 4 heats. Draw shortly.
Presentation now for men's under 15 discus. Third place with a throw from 37 metres 27 representing Billy Bolger. In second place, with a distance of 13 metres, 6 metres, representing Lincoln Randall. The gold medal winner with a distance of 41 metres, representing Louis Jones.
Straight on the track is the first heat, Hannah Hott, until Polly, Madigan, Paul Harriers, fresh from the long jump, third, Rugby, Evans, Diver, Dolan Say.
Well, next up on the track then, it's the under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles. We've got a pretty stacked lineup really. It's 4 heats. All the main protagonists in the age group are here. Good to see a bit of variety of not only short sprint hurdles this weekend. Our UK leader by some way, Mia Walker, she goes in the second heat, but for the first we've got Hannah Lott on the inside, Sadie Madigan in 3, Isabel Muir, Grace Evans, Neve Dolan. The lineup there. On the inside going well at the moment, Hannah Lott, Madigan also having a good run. Coventry's Grace Evans is in the mix. There's not too much to choose between them. I think it's going to be Grace Evans that comes through just to take that one. 11:89 on the clock. Just about got there in the end. It was close, and Isabel Moore of Rugby Northampton was having a good run. First 3 and automatically qualifying for the semi-finals, so 3 rounds to contend with for these athletes, and yeah, it was pretty even all the way, wasn't it? At this point, Moore had it, and Evans with a great final clearance and a bit of pace through the line. Moore getting second, and Sadie Madigan in the yellow strip of Liverpool Harriers picking up third from the first heat then. We're just bringing you a bit of a roundup for that last under 17 men's semi-final in the 200 metres. Jack Patterson actually got it in the end. 22.02. Mitch O'Tao of Cornwall 22.05, and Freddie Arkle 22.09. It was Osseretin Ekaragbon of Manchester 22.11, and all of those guys will qualify, as does Ayo Babatunde. He sort of threw his bib number down on the track as he crossed the line. He went back to pick it up, but he shouldn't be disappointed from that run in lane 8. He will qualify for the final, as will Jamie Carrott and Albert Bradshaw from the first heat, and Alex Huchin as well. The pole vault still going on at the moment, and well underway. The second heat of the under 15 girls hurdles. Alyssa Furlow will go on the inside. Arabella Wilson, I believe, does not start for Manchester. Isabel Mardle, the UK leader from City of Norwich, she goes in 4. Mia Walker and Wirral goes in 5. Ellen Roberts in 6. Emily Bond in 7, and Imani Kwamina from London Heathside will go in lane 8. Isabel Mardle, she won the English schools here last month, knows the track well, and will be looking to add to that title with this England under 15 title here today. So Furler in 2, Mardle in 4, Walker in 5, Roberts in 6, Bond in 7, Kamina in lane 8. Isabel Mardle, the one to watch out for, then the only athlete in the UK this year under 11 seconds, best of 10.75. What can she do here? Cleanly away, and she's leading at the first barrier. Very tidy hurdle technique, looking pretty relaxed, not stretched at all. 11.22 on the clock. Look pretty happy with that. And seemed a bit shocked, didn't she? I think that was into a headwind as well, so the windsock absolutely blowing in their faces as they come down this home straight. But Isabel Mardle, the out-and-out favourite for the title. Comfortable qualification for her. We'll see her in the semi-final, which is well, around about an hour and 20 minutes time. Let's have another little look at the finish. She's very, very clean and tidy. Gets Snadder, lead leg down, nice and quick. Sharp trail leg coming through for second. It was Ellen Roberts and Mia Walker of Wirral, the third automatic qualifying spot. So we'll see those three athletes later on.
3 now with number 2, Jessica Lord of Stockport Harriers, Schofield from Trafford, Scarlett from Newport, Cassidy from Ryder, Blue from Croydon.
Up with a bit of javelin before we see the third heat to the under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles. The lineup for it: Jessica Lord goes in lane 1, Evie Schofield goes in 2, lane 4 is empty, Scarlett Cargill goes in 5, Eva Cassidy of Conchigada goes in 6, and Amber Bloomfield goes in lane 7. Top 3 automatically through. 5 athletes in this. Great start from 3. Evie Schofield storming away with this one. Cassidy in 3rd at the moment, but it's Cargill sitting in 2nd. On the inside coming through is Lord, and I think it was Cargill that came through to get the win then. 12.06 on the clock. Evie Schofield picking up 2nd. I think it was Jessica Lord, the Stockport Harrier, on the inside, just snatching the 3rd spot. We'll keep a lookout for the finishes and the results, but we'll get the replay in just a second to confirm the finish. I love the 75 metre hurdle, short and chaotic. Really great race. Well, from the off it was Evie Schofield leading, but Cargill just building a lot of speed over those final 2 barriers. I think she came through and just nicked it on the line. 3rd was Jessica Lord, and Eva Cassidy coming through for 4th. Remember, we have 4-time qualifiers which progressed through to the semi-finals at 2:10 this afternoon, so very quick turnaround for these hurdlers. One more heat in the under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles to go. Well, certainly a medal favourite in this 4th and final heat. Katie Brandt in lane 4 of Burton, best of 11.29. She's 2nd fastest in the UK this year, but Chloe Thorne goes in 2. Maya Fisher in 3, Brandt in 4, Zoe Smith in 6 and Rebecca Wright in lane 7. Heat 4, the final under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles heat, and it's Brandt in the lead at the moment. On the outside, Rebecca Wright having a good run in 3. Fisher currently in one of the top spots. It was a cool run though, 11.63 from Katie Brandt. Pretty tight on the line between Fisher, Smith and Wright. Only the top 3 going through. There are 4 non-automatic qualifiers that will progress through to the semi-final, so we'll see them very shortly and we'll bring you the results as and when we have them. This just the replay confirming Katie Brandt, this Burton AC athlete, good 3 or 4 metres ahead of everybody else. It was tight on the line. I think probably in the end on the outside, Rebecca Wright's just getting the nudge on Zoe Smith for that 3rd automatic qualifying spot. So we'll see them later on this afternoon. But next up on the programme, we have the under 17 women's 1500 metres. We've then got the men's 1500 metres. The heats yesterday. A few 300 metre finals. We've already had the under 17 men's 400 metre final, and then we start progressing through some more heats in the hurdles before we round off with a couple more 1500 metre finals, and then it's all finals. Our final event of the day, the under 17 men's 100 metre hurdles final at 3:40 p.m. Well, back underway with the under-17 women's 1500 metre final. We have everyone you would want to see here for this one. The UK number 1 and English schools champion Kira Brady-Jones of Wirral, number 135, and she's already at the front trying to control this one straight from the gun, and just on her shoulder, Amy Goodhand, the Victor East Kent athlete. We've also got Ruby Simpson and Amy Waitman, the bronze and silver medalists from the English schools here last month, and it's a pretty good pace getting things underway. Just looking to see where Ruby Simpson, the Hampshire Harrier, just sitting back in 4th at the moment. Amy Waitman just on the inside curve in around about 3rd. So Kira Brady-Jones, she's the UK number 1, the English schools champion, 4:26.58, and she's trying to stretch this one out, really. I think Amy Waitman is only less than a tenth already behind her on personal best, so it could be a close finish. Keep an eye out for Ruby Simpson as well, and she's starting to stretch her lead out to 5 metres. We are already 500 metres in, over a third of the way through this one. In second, just see Evie Thompson coming to the fore there, just leading that chasing group, and Simpson sitting in there as well, and just behind her Amy Waitman, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. But at the front, looking very calm and relaxed, is Wirral's Kira Brady-Jones. The chasing pack, there's Evie Thompson in there, the Rotherham Harrier in the black strip. She's just on the inside curb, leading Goodhand, and Kira Brady-Jones at the moment running blind, doesn't really know that her lead is actually stretching, and has stretched out by a further 5 metres in the last 300. It's getting bigger, but it will come down to a late surge from the chasing group, and they have strength in numbers. There's 5 of them there now, and on the outside the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, Amy Waitman, starting to make a late surge, and Waitman's moved up from 6th to 3rd in very quick running order. And on the inside curve it's Simpson as well, and the English school silver and bronze medalists now in pole position to try and chase down for a medal. Will it be silver, will it be bronze? It may yet even be gold. They will come into the home straight for the penultimate time. Kira Brady-Jones, a classy front running exhibition here at the moment. Has she got a lot left in the tank for this final 400 metres? Waitman now surging into second, a great move over the last 300 metres for her. 3:17.54 at the bell for Brady-Jones. Waitman closing the gap. Did Brady-Jones make a mistake going so early from the gun? She's in front at the moment. Waitman full of running. Simpson on her tail, just trying to close this one down. Brady-Jones, how much has she got? She's looking good at the moment. Will the wheels fall off, or has she got plenty left in the tank? And she just puts a bit of a surge in now with 200 to go. It looks as if Waitman was closing the gap, but it's now been stretched even more, and Kira Brady-Jones doing the business. The gap is getting even bigger at the front. Waitman working hard. Good tactical race from her. Now finds herself in the silver medal position, out and clear by almost 10 metres. Kira Brady-Jones with a classy exhibition here. Her eyes on the clock. She's being clapped home by the crowd here at Sports City. She's doing the business. She's going to be the double champion. Just outside a lifetime best, 4:27.19. Waitman coming through for silver, and it's Ruby Simpson, the Hampshire Harrier, getting bronze. 4th, Evie Thompson in the end. And Kira Brady-Jones, she didn't give anyone else a look in at the gold medal, did she? Took it out hard, made them work for it. It looked as if Amy Wakeman was closing the gap in the final 300, but Kira Brady-Jones had something left in the tank still. And she's done enough for her second gold on this track in as many months.
So away with the under 17 men's 1500 metre final. Corey Campbell, Isaac Rockwell, Oliver Capps, Josh Blevins, Will Strictly, Will Stanley, Jamie Kern, Will Rob Johns, Evan Savage, Chris Perkins, George Keane, Cameron Deverell.
Well, the under 17 men's 1500 final is underway. 12 athletes in this one, and pretty solid pace over the first 350 metres or so. And it's around about 61 over that first 400, so keeping things moving. At the front, Will Strictly of Wirral trying to keep it honest and things ticking forward. A bit of sun just coming out. It's misleading really, because it might not be on the track, but it certainly is in the stands here. George Keane just in the mix at the moment, sitting in third on the inside curve in the white stripper. We've got a couple of Cambridge and Coleridge athletes. Isaac Rothwell as well, 7:21. Don't get confused, 7:21 and 7:31. And things will just start to wind up over the next 300 metres. Anyone's game at the moment. It's stretched out. At the front, It's still strictly Chris Perkins as well. He's a 3:54.59 man. Setting Watford back in June. The blue strip in the mix. Isaac Rothwell just on the outside in. Well, we're now seeing a new leader in Chris Perkins, the Berkeley AC man, coming to the home straight with the lead. Anyone's game, and just a bit of a surge from Josh Blevins. He's a 3:54 man as well. We've got three of them here, Perkins, Keane, Blevins, all running 3:54, and they will come into the bell with the man at the front, Perkins, leading. Anyone's race at the moment, has Perkins left himself exposed at the front. He's the target man, he's the man at the moment leading this one through, and Isaac Rothwell from Cambridge, he is on the outside and trying to make a bit of a burst for it, and he's gone quite early. 250 metres to go, and Rothwell leading. It's a chase on. Behind him, the other Cambridge man, George Keane, just in the mix there on the outside. Gateshead's Blevins getting in to his running now. This could be a Cambridge 1-2. Rothwell, he went so early at 300 to go. He looks on his inside and he will see his clubman, George Keane, just there behind him. Keane surging. Keane trying to chase him down. Rothwell digging deep, gritting his teeth. He's going to lose out on the gold. Can he hold on to the silver? But it's going to be George Keane who takes the title. Gateshead Blevins gets second. It was a gutsy run for Isaac Rothwell, but he comes through for third in the end. Well, big hugs from Blevins and George Keane. 3:56.77, a good time in the end really. But it was George Keane, the Cambridge and Coleridge man, did the business. Hugs from the club mates there, and they're happy with that one, and I'm sure George Keane will be very grateful to Isaac Rothwell for taking the pace out hard in the final 300 metres and just stretch the field a bit. Nobody was really expecting him to just surge around the outside like that. Perkins just missing and fading out in the end, but really strong finish in the final 50 from George Keane to take the title for 2021.
Ruby Simpson presentation, please. Ruby Simpson presentation. The athletes are on track for the final, the U17 women's 300 metres. From the inside, Madison Murdoch of Glasgow School of Sport. Grace Pritchard of Wigan, Etty Sisson of Charlwood, Sophia Bedak of Glasgow School of Sport, Andy Gaio of Hallamshire, Jessica Astle of Steeplechase, Chelsea Fagan of Notts, and Rebecca Green of Tree.
Well, we are back with the under 17 women's 300 metre final. Murdoch, Pritchard, Sisson, Vidak, Kihuyu, Astle, Fagan and Grieve, and on the outside Grieve having a good run, taking it out hard. On her inside Fagan making an honest race of this, and she's being chased down hard. We've had a dropout and I can't quite tell who that is. I think it's Nandi Kihuyu, so we're going to have a bit of an open run of it. Etty Sisson from Charnwood in the middle, working hard. On her inside, Pritchard trying to come back into medal contention on the end. Grieve still there, but it's all about Etty Sisson from Charnwood. 38.56. Well, that'll be a new lifetime best in very blustery conditions. What a shame for Nandi Kihuyu of Hallamshire Harriers pulling out. She looked very, very good yesterday, and we do hope she's not badly hurt, but Etty Sisson of Charnwood coming through. Good run. Well, she came off the final bend and was just so strong. Nobody within 5 metres of her. On the outside though, she ran blind, Rebecca Grieve. Great run from her. I think she'll take a new lifetime best in the bronze. Stevenage in North Hertfordshire's Jessica Astle with that bronze medal. More 300 metres to come.
Champion before 2018, Wirral AC, Kira Brady-Jones. Already out on the 15 final. On the inside, Leeds City, Maxwell Chisholm of Hearts Phoenix, Ben Parker of Aberdeen Valley, Nicholas Maczkowski of Plymouth, Richard City of Lambert, Cambridge, Gideon on 18 U15. Just to one side for the moment.
Well, next up, it's the under 15 boys 300 metres, and Ahmedi Salaru goes in lane 1. Max Chisholm goes in 2. Benjamin Parker from Aberdare Valley goes in 3. Nicholas Maxowski for Plymouth in 4. Noah Ridgeon in 5. Paul Lambret in 6. James Davis in 7. And on the outside in lane 8, Gideon Olatan. The under 15 boys 300 metre final. We'll keep an eye out for Parker in 3 and Ridgeon in 5. And wow, look at him go. Noah Ridgeon storming down the back straight already. Benjamin Parker trying to close that gap. Outside of him, Nicholas Maxowski starting to surge forward in the green of Plymouth as well. There's going to be 3 of them, Parker, Maxowski and Ridgeon, as they come into the home straight, and Benjamin Parker just has the lead. Parker working hard. Ridgeon might just be coming through here, and I think Noah Ridgeon's going to take this one. Ridgeon will get the title, 36.78. Benjamin Parker just being run out of it for the silver, and Nicholas Maxowski picking up the bronze medal for Plymouth, 36.78. And a narrow PB for Noah Ridgeon, and I think Benjamin Parker will get the silver in a new lifetime best, just under 37 seconds for him. A good run in the second of our 300 metre finals done. We've got the under 15 girls up next. We'll just catch the replay. They came off the bend. Benjamin Parker had the lead. Maxowski just fading, and what a final 25-30 metres from Ridgeon. Parker, a great run, but just being edged out of it. Good embrace from the 2 athletes there as well. Well, it's the under 15 girls' turn over the 300 metres now, the final. We've only got 7 athletes. Camilla Bennett from Coventry Godiva Harriers, the UK number 2, does not start. Taped up her hamstring yesterday, so opting not to run in this final. Still, I suppose, the Midland Championships and UK schools to come for these youngsters, and Lee Cox of Tipton will go in lane 1. Cara da Costa in 2. The favourite, Callia Downey, she goes in lane 3. Casey Musgrave, how fast can she go? Can she get amongst the medals? She goes in 4. Arabella Wilson from Winchester, 3rd in the UK rankings, 40.36 seconds this year. Outside her, Ella Darby, and on the outside, Anais Shepherd from Cardiff Athletics. Well, it's really Callia Downey's race to lose. Out and out the favourite. Half a second quicker than everybody in qualifying for this final, and the only athlete in the UK this year under 40 seconds, which is extremely quick. Could she get close to Nandi Kahuyu's championship best performance of 39.38 seconds, set 2 years ago though in the last edition of these championships? Maybe conditions not quite as good today. To the rocks for this final. Cox, Da Costa, Downey, Musgrave, Wilson, Darby and Shepherd. The under 15 girls 300 metre final. Away, first time of asking, and Arabella Wilson from Winchester getting off to a strong start down the back straight, and look at Anais Shepherd go in lane 8, running blind but running hard, and now the favourite Callia Downey coming to the fore as they get to the halfway point, and around the bend it is Downey starting to surge past Wilson, Darby and Shepherd, and into the home straight. Downey has a convincing lead. She's being chased down by Musgrave and Wilson, those two in contention for the silver and bronze. Downey maybe tightening up just slightly. Musgrave chasing her down, but it's going to be Callia Downey who takes the win by a good 5 metres, 39.99. It's tough conditions, breezy, a huge headwind into the home straight. Sub 40 seconds, she'll be delighted. And Casey Musgrave, the Hallamshire Harrier in the red strip, coming through strongly for second, and I think she will be well inside her lifetime best of 40.77 seconds. We'll bring you a replay in just a second. But there's your under 15 girls 300 metre champion, Callia Downey, and a real talent. Looks like a quarter miler already, doesn't she? And coming through for bronze was Arabella Wilson, the Winchester athlete. A good run in the final of our 300 metre finals for this weekend. And Casey Musgrave just confirming that she got second there. She was head and shoulders above the bronze. Next up, it's more sprint hurdle action. We've got the under 17 men's heats. Just 2 heats in this edition. Bit of the pole vault. They're at 3 metres and 1. First attempt. Well, so this is what we've got for the next hour or so. Under 17 men's 100 metre hurdles, the under 15 boys 80 metre hurdles, some more hurdles for the under 17 women. Move to the semi-finals and finals of the under 15s, 1500 metres for the boys and girls, and that's the next hour of competition. So the last 2 hours really of action here. It's a lot of competition, haven't we, today already? And we're only sort of 3.5 hours in. It feels like we've done a full day's worth of actions, and we got an ad hoc wheelchair final as well in the 800 metres. It wasn't actually on the original programme, so if you're looking where that's come from, that's been dotted in. And then have the 200 metre finals. There's another bit of distance action for you with the under 17 men's 3000, and we conclude things with the hurdles finals. So that's what we've got for the rest of today. The next couple of hours, it's going to come rapidly. Conditions here blustery, it's dry so far, only a bit of drizzle today, but we carry things on with the 100 metre hurdles in the under 17 men's, 2 heats in that. The first 3 will qualify automatically for the final. The next 2 non-automatic qualifiers will also progress, and that is our final competition, final race of the day, this final of the under 17 men's 100 metre hurdles. Joel Elphick goes in lane 2, Elliot Ferguson in 3, Ryan Wells in 4, Jake Minshall, well, I can't quite see him on the start line, maybe choosing to just go off with his gold medal, but he's a bit of a multi-eventer, so it wouldn't surprise me if he is down there. Jaden Dean of City of Norwich in 6, Archie Cooper in 7, and Sammy Ball from Reading AC in lane 8. Well, 2 heats, Elphick in 2, Ferguson in 3, Wells in 4, Minshall does not start in 5, so we've got a gap there, and Dean goes in 6. Cooper does not start in 7, and we have Sammy Ball on his own on the outside in lane 8. And, Jaden Dean, 4th in the UK rankings this year from the City of Norwich, 13.24 second personal best. We'll be looking to come away with a medal. We do have the only man sub 13 in the UK this year. Jacob Blanky goes in heat 2. The favourite for this first heat, Dean, he goes in 5. Ooh. Well, our first recall of the day, and we have to wait and see who that was. Maybe just a green card, a bit of twitching. It's so blustery, it can sometimes be very off-putting to the athletes, and it's difficult to sometimes keep steady, particularly for these younger athletes, but less experience in conditions and championships like this. Let's see if we get a bit of a replay, or the officials just having a chat. Well, I think they are Jaden Dean from City of Norwich. Well, he would have been in the mixer for a medal, and unfortunately for him, his day is over. the replay. Well, he was, got off to an absolute belter of a start, but was too fast. Back live with the second go of it. Elphick, Ferguson, Wells, and Ball on the outside, and on the inside it's Joel Elphick in the orange going well, but look at Sammy Ball go from the outside, striding away with this one. Comfortable win, 13-5-2. Well, the top three there, Elphick and Ryan Wells, will progress through to the final. And well, we'll see if we've got any dropouts from that second heat, because Elliot Ferguson might find his way in anyway. But a disappointment for Jaden Dean. Sammy Ball with the win in that first heat, 13-52. A few tenths down on his personal best, but a bit of a headwind now. Nice and controlled. Elphick getting the second spot, and Wells with third. So the Reading AC man, Sammy Ball, we will see him in the final in the last event of the day.
George Keane, Josh Blevins and Isaac Rothwell's presentation. George Keane, Josh Blevins and Isaac Rothwell presentation, please. As a reminder about the Manchester International Tennis Clubs and the borders here. All the home countries, against England, against the National League, Great Britain Juniors. That's well done with that international, to more Manchester International. That's rounds both free for 16s. Second side, 17 men. Spencer Roberts, Kyle, Bristol, Jacob Clark, Haybury, Reddy Carr, Basildon, Noah Hansen, Newark, Max Rowe, Peterborough, Bradley Crew.
Well, it's our second heat of the under-17 men's 100-metre hurdles. Only 5 athletes lining up. Patrick Kyle from 3, Jacob Blank the favourite, the UK lead in 4, Noah Hansen in 6, Max Rowe in 7, and Drew Bradley in lane 8. Well, we're getting a recall, and they'd already gone over 4 flights, well 3.5 really. I mean, that's not ideal, is it? And bear in mind, we've only got 4 athletes from the first heat. There's 8 in the final. Fairly short turnaround as well. I'm sure they wouldn't have wanted to restart, but it is what it is. They've got to come back and have another crack at it. Here's the replay. Maybe we can spot somebody with a bit of a flyer. Well, Max Rowe from Peterborough, as they got the recall and he stopped. He did put his hands to his head. I mean, fair play for the athletes. They all went after it, didn't they? But our electronic equipment was a bit slow to call them back, to be honest. They were almost halfway down the track. Well, let's see if they do indeed give a red card to Max Rowe from Peterborough. If that is the case, everyone from the first heat and everyone from the second heat will qualify for the final. I'm not sure what was wrong with the recall gun or the decision from the officials. Not what they wanted. Yeah, well, that is the call from the officials over the tannoy. Max Rowe, Peterborough, disqualified. Well, at least he managed to get a run to hurdle 3 anyway. So only 4 athletes. All of these 4 athletes now will qualify for the final, as will Elliot Ferguson from the first heat. So Kyle, Blank, Hansen and Drew Bradley on the outside. The under 17 men's 100 metre hurdles, heat 2. Blazing start. Nobody jumped it this time. Jacob Blank from Havering pulling away from the rest of the field. Newham's Hansen going well, but it's all about Jacob Blank stretching the legs ahead of the final later on. 13:55, almost the same time that Sammy Ball ran in the heat. Bit of a blustery wind, and they have just heard the recall gun. I'm not really sure what's going on. Maybe we've got a bit of a technical difficulty, but yeah, they are not going to go back down and have another go of it. All 4 of them cross the line. We will see all 4 of them in the final. And we move to the 80 metre hurdle heat. So a bit of an adjustment for the officials here. This was the replay. Rounding things up, it was Jacob Blank taking the win. Noah Hansen in second on the outside. Drew Bradley of Crewe and Nantwich getting third, and on the inside Patrick Kyle. But all the nonsense with the start. We will see all of them in the final, unless perhaps the officials pick something up. We're just looking at the second start. Well, no, that's gone off our screen. But yeah, next up it's the under 15 boys 80 metre hurdles. We'll be back with that in just a couple of minutes' time.
silver medal, 3 minutes 57.31 against Harriet's Josh Blevins. Gold medal and England champion, 3 minutes 56.12, Cambridge George Keane. Clear down in case Casey Lisbon and Wilson to presentation, please. Down Lisbon and Wilson to presentation. Round of the javelin competition under 17 men. Charlie Evans of Banbury leading with a good 63 metres 50. Ariana Paddock of Lincoln, 59.666, and Neo Sorrell of Yates, 53.68. Next on track is 15 boys, 18 2 weeks. So the semi-final now, Sam Wright of Chelmsford, Rory Beechall of Stockport Track and Field, Phil Church, Live Running Club, Alameen Salam of Avery, Josh Taylor of Torbay, and Alan Brighton.
Well, we've dropped down an age group, we've dropped down hurdle height, and we've dropped down distance as well. It's the under 15 boys 80 metre hurdle heats. 2 heats. Sam Wright goes into for this first heat, then Corey Beechall, Luke Pitchler, Alameen Salam, Josh Taylor and Daniel Allen, the athletes for this one. Then Sam Wright is on the inside, Chelmsford AC athlete, the fastest in this heat, 11:49 PB set back in May. So Wright, Beechall, Pitchler, Salam, Taylor and Allen. Well, we get another recall. We could get a replay of that, but yeah, it's this is the shot from behind, and we will be able to tell as they go up into the set position from their blocks. The rain getting drizzled down, and well, we have a yellow card, and that was for Sam Wright on the inside, number 7-8 side, just 7-8-9 in the yellow strip. So yeah, that's a bit of saving grace for Sam Wright. Second fastest across the field this weekend, and it's Wright, Beechall, Fischler, Salam, Taylor, Allen, and they're coming back again. Well, you'd begin to think that if it's done it for the last 4 sets, then there might be a bit of an issue with the technical equipment. Let's have a look at it again. Well, Corey Beechall maybe with an early go, but it looked as if that was Alameen Salam in 7.25 in the middle. It might have just twitched, and we've got a green card as the rain starts to spit down a little bit more here. Not quite sure, we're under the cover and I'm somehow still getting wet, but a green card, that's a technical issue, and somebody needs to turn off the recall gun so that these guys can get a chance to fairly go. Away this time, Salam in the middle, going well on the inside right, some way down. Salam just skipping over the barrier at the minute, beginning to pull away from the rest of the field. He's going to take the win pretty comfortable, 11.49 for the win, and that will be a new lifetime best for Alameen Salam of Havering. Well, once we finally got away, it was a pretty good race. Alameen Salam doing the business in the heats here. Thanks very much. Well, heat 2 then features that man of Crawley, Elliot Hanslow, in lane 2. He's the English Schools champion, 11.21, set on this track last month, out and out UK leader. The second and third from that English Schools not here this weekend, so it really does come down to Elliot Hanslow. Can he deliver the goods? And Cameron Ely of Newport, he's going to go into Elliot Hanslow, the man, the English Schools champion, the favourite for the title this weekend here in Sports City Manchester. Barney Clark of City of Norwich goes in 4, Lewis Shaw goes in 5, Adam Dingley in 6, and Kevin Masukume from Derby on the outside as we nip in with the high jump, and the bar at the moment just sitting at 155. Bit of javelin, that landing just in excess of 50 metres. Got the nose down this time. Still got one more of the under 15 boys 80 metre hurdle heats, and another clearance at 156 rather in the high jump. Second round attempt successful this time. Pole vault still going on. The bar now at 3 metres 31, first round attempt. Well, just bailing on that one before she really got into her rhythm, and we turn our attention now to the under 15 boys 18 metre hurdles. Ely, Hanslow, Clark, Shaw, Dingley and Masakume. Well, Clark doesn't start in 4, so only 5 athletes. And well, this is now beginning to be a little bit of a joke. Another restart. Surely they're not all really false starting. We've had none all day. We've probably had one yesterday, which was a green card. So no actual false start that I can recall all weekend. This the replay. Well, there was a bit of a twitch from Shaw of Warrington in lane 5. He's got a yellow card. So we've still got all 5 athletes in this one. Lewis Shaw just getting a second chance. It's Ely, Hanslow, Shaw, Dingley, Masakume, the first 3 automatically through to the final. Away cleanly, and Hanslow storming away in the second from the outside. Dingley coming through, but it's all about Hanslow, and he's going to take the win very comfortably here. 11.64. Cameron Ely on the inside of Newport, getting that second automatic qualifying spot. And Adam Dingley from Plymouth in the green on the outside, coming through for third. And may well see the other 2 athletes in that lineup, Shaw and Masakume, picking up 2 non-automatic qualifying spots, but we shall wait and see, and we'll try and bring you the results as and when we get them. Remember, you can head to the England Athletics website where you can find links to the results, and it's also available on Twitter at England Athletic as well. Well, comfortable win for Elliot Hanslow in the end. Good running from Cameron Ely. Looks like he might be inside his personal best. And if you have enjoyed everything you've seen here this weekend, we are back. England Athletics are back at Sports City for the Manchester International on Wednesday the 18th of August. We hope the weather conditions are a little bit better. We're going to be less of the junior, more of the senior action, but we'll have teams from the National Athletics League, the England senior team, GB juniors, GB under 18. Some of the athletes competing here this weekend will be part of that team, and well, it's going to be a great afternoon, evening of athletics here. It's £5 tickets free for under 16s and over 65s. You can get more information on the England Athletics website or on www.manchester-international.co.uk if you need more info. But it's going to be a great competition and great afternoon of athletics. If you can join us, we will be on a live stream as well, but we'd love to have you with us here at Sports City. For now though, the action continues on the track with the women's 80 metre hurdle heats, under 17 women's 80 metre hurdle heats. So they are just getting their final bit of preparation with their blocks as the officials change the hurdle heights and weightings over. And we've got 3 heats in this, so I'll bring you that in just a second.
champion 442, the big today, Leah.
Well, we got 3 heats of the under-17 women's 80-metre hurdles. A couple of athletes not starting. We get a bit of a mishmash on our start list. Names crossed off who are there and names that are there that, well, in the end I have to cross off. So Rabbage goes in 1, Rankin in 2, Rogers in 3, Gamble in 4, Hickling in 5, Togo in 6, Corker in 7, and Dimmond in lane 8. Oh, it doesn't look as if well, I'm struggling to sort of work out what's going on because I've only got 7 athletes, but I've got 8 athletes on my start list, and then Diamond and Corker and Togo have all moved in 1 lane, so a bit confusing for us up here in our commentary position, but we will make do. Ravage, Rankin, Rogers, Gamble, Hickling, Togo, Corker, Dimmond. The lineup for Heat 1 of the under-17 women's 80-metre hurdles. Well, finally we get underway, and pulling through on the outside now, it's Liverpool's Meg Corker, and Meg Corker's going to get this 11:34. Good time, not far outside of her personal best, and she will progress through to the final later on, one of our latter events of the weekend. Oh, Meg Corker there, bit of a thumbs up, seems pretty happy with that. Just waiting for officials to catch the numbers and double check the order that they finished in, and Corker on the outside really there, lane 7, and through the middle in lane 4. Scarlett Gamble coming through nicely for 2nd. So those 2 the automatic qualifiers, everybody else will have to wait and see whether they've done enough to get through as a non-automatic qualifier. Conditions blustery, but they do have a bit of a tailwind in the home straight. Unfortunate 3:31 their 2nd attempt in the pole vault, just knocking the bar over. The wind making it difficult, so difficult in these sorts of conditions to vault consistently and accurately. And this Heat 2 of the under-17 women's 80-metre hurdles, Watling goes on the inside from City of Salisbury, Freya Doherty from Stockport in 2, Georgia Donald from Crewe in 3, Ella Scott, she goes in 4, Jessica Duncton 5, and Josie Self in 6, Maya Stewart in 7, and Paris King of Havering on the outside in lane 8. Well, the pick of the bunch really, Jessica Duncton, Cheltenham Harrier, and she lines up in lane 5, number 182, centre of picture, or just to the left of centre really. She's perhaps the favourite for this one. Jess Duncton, ranked second in the UK this year, second at the English schools. Only first year of this age group as well, so she will have another crack at this title next year. So then, full field of 8. Watling, Doherty, Donald, Scott, Duncton, Self, Stewart and King. Heat 2 of the under-17 women's 80-metre hurdles. Keep an eye out for the English school silver medalist Jessica Duncton in lane 5. Well, they're away and it's fairly even on the outside. King got off to a good start. Coming through the middle now is Duncton. Duncton is going to take this comfortably. 11.47 outside of her. Jodie Self picking up that second automatic qualifying spot. Well, with 3 heat semi-finals, if you like, it's first to the finish and no real room for error. Duncton doing the business and finds herself in the final at 3:30 this afternoon. Well, they seem to be enjoying themselves, don't they? The officials just keeping them at the end of the track in the breeze for a little bit longer, just checking their finish, and pretty even, wasn't it? Up until the first sort of 4 or 5 barriers, and she just began to stretch away, better speed, and got the win in the end.
Competition there, fourth round, here around the 8th district. 64.57 taken the lead. That's the best team in the country this year for the under 17 team. 64.57. First heat. Up is Scott, Victoria Glasgow. Louise Knight, Oxford City. Roundhouse. Crawley, Steve was a Janesfield. McIntosh of Decorah. Riley, Stats, and Poppy Winchester.
The lineup then for the third and final heat of the under-17 women's 80-metre hurdles. We've had a full hurdles fest, haven't we? And it feels like we've had a few more races with all those restarts earlier on, but we seem to have got to the bottom of that now. And well, Catriona Scott goes in lane 2, Eloise Hind in 3, Noah Dunas in 4, Sophia Deans in 5. The favourite for the title, Mia McIntosh in 6, Olivia Riley in 7, and Poppy Schroff in lane 8. Well, McIntosh, she's the only athlete under 11 seconds this year, English schools champion. We'll look to make this a comfortable qualification. So Scott, Hine, Randus, Deans, McIntosh, Riley and Schroff. away they go, and pulling away from the rest of the field as you would expect is McIntosh on the inside. Oxford City Hind is going well. It's going to be McIntosh who takes this comfortably. 11:41, cruising through the line. Eloise Hind of Oxford City doing well to come through for second, and it's those two that take the automatic qualifying spots. Mia McIntosh, not even out of breath. Very cool. That's how you want to qualify for a final. No questions being asked. Plenty of distance between her and the rest of the field over the final two barriers, and made light work of it in the end. Eloise Hind doing a good job on the inside just to break away from Scott and Deans, and came through nicely in the end for that second automatic qualifying spot. We'll bring you the official list of the finalists as and when we get them. Remember, you can keep an eye out on Twitter at England Athletic and on the England Athletics website for the live results.
Just need to be behind the leader at the moment. Trying to stay with the sprint hurdles, but it's back to the U15 girls. Semi-final time now, two semi-finals. Ready. So 100 goes up to 1 metre 72. She's clear in the end, that's 62. Tremendous jump here from Peter Brown. Outside the road, the champion already, and Peter is galore. Jonathan goes at 6th rank. Jonathan Crawley taking his final throw. Very good. Unfortunately, on the lap line there, very close to 69.
Well, it's the under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles next, and well, in this first heat we've got the UK record holder really for this age group. She shares it with a runner of the under 17 women's heats from a couple of years ago. Come to that in a minute. Niamh Dolan goes in one though, and Zoe Smith in two. Isabel Mardell, the only athlete under 11 this year, she jointly holds the UK best for this age group with 10.75 seconds. Helen Roberts goes in 4, Ruby Schofield in 5, Scarlett Cargill in 6, Jessica Lord in 7, and Neil Walker in lane 8. 11:22 was the fastest time by Isabel Mardell to qualify for the semi-finals. Well, they get away nicely. There's no issues with the recall gun this time, but it's City of Norwich's Isabel Mardell storming away, looking pretty relaxed, holding her technique nicely. 11:33 this time. Well, not as fast as the heats, but doing the job and looking very, very relaxed, and it'll be interesting to see how quick she can go in the final. It's the first three through to that final, and the next two fastest, and we'll have a look at the replay in a second and try and confirm who picked up those results. I think it was Ellen Roberts coming through for second in the Karina Guilford, just one lane outside, and on the outside in lane 8, Mia Walker of Wirral coming through nicely as well. She takes that third automatic qualifying spot. So we're going to see those three in the final later on. That final under 15 girls 75 metre hurdle final at 3:25 p.m. So about an hour's time they'll be back on the track. Just enough time to take on some fluids and a bit of water. A bit more shot put about to get underway as well. Under 15 boys shot.
Distance for that final first round. 64 once again. 64.86 improves distance. The challenge for the competition is about barrier Pelican spot. Martha Vicky. The box far enough. Wait to see. Time around for the second semi-final. Lisa Furlong, Sandy Manigan, Harriers, Grace Evans, Cox Coventry Driver, Isabel Zerro, Fisher,
The start list then for this second 75 metre hurdles under 15 girls semis. It's Alicia Furler in 1, Sadie Madigan in 2, Grace Evans of Coventry Driver in 3, Isabel Moore of Rugby Northampton in 4, Maya Fisher in 5, Katie Brandt in 6, Hannah Lott in 7, and Rebecca Wright on the outside in lane 8. Well, the fastest through to these semi-finals in this section is Katie Brandt. She goes in 6th. The Burton athlete looked very comfortable. Keep an eye out for Grace Evans of Coventry as well from lane 3. It's top 3 through. Clearly away. Great start from Evans in 3. She was up and away. Burton from Brandt rather from Burton in 6, starting to pull away with it now on her inside. Fisher going strongly. I think on the outside, Rebecca Wright just coming through as well, and Katie Brandt holding on for the win. Maya Fisher looked to be in 2nd, and Rebecca Wright from Woodford Green and Essex Ladies picking up that 3rd spot. Well, this pretty clear in the end. I think maybe even Rebecca Wright just nudging it for 2nd, and we'll see Fisher, Brandt and Wright in the final later on. two athletes will go through to that final. As non-automatic qualifiers, they've got less than an hour now. They'll be in the call room and starting to think about the call room in the next half an hour. Comes around quickly, these finals. Starts to get wrapped up quickly, and the first round of the shot for the under-15 boys about to get underway. One of the final field events of the weekend here. Round one. Bit of a shuffle. The next track event then is the under-15 girls 1500 metre final. So we'll bring that for you in just a few moments' time. Well, just looking ahead to conclusion of the weekend's action. Got a little bit confused with our old timetables. The under-15 women's final was actually yesterday, wasn't it? Freya Murdoch winning that one, and we have next up on the track the under-15 boys final. Going to be quite a short field actually. If I'm looking at this correctly, I've got crosses against 3 of the 6 names suggesting that they aren't going to be starting. So. We're going to have to wait and see. I think there's actually 4 of them down on the track, so pretty good odds for a medal for those guys. We then move to an ad hoc wheelchair men's 800 metre final. We're going to see Oliver Porter and Elias Zagundi once again take to the track for a bit of a trio of races this weekend, and 200 metre finals after that, and then the hurdles finals to conclude the day. So stay with us. The wind and rain just getting a little bit worse perhaps for some of these guys in the 1500 metres. It's been fairly dry today. It's not ideal conditions, but is what it is. They can't really change that now, can they? So they've just got to run a bit quicker and hope they get a little bit less wet along the way. It is very cold, by the way. Anybody asking you, it is very, very cold. Seeing people wearing those sort of dry jackets that you get if you've been doing open water swimming, and my God, I wish I'd got one of them in my bag with me. It is not very nice, and I'm very jealous of all the athletes walking around keeping warm. I'm certainly not. But yeah, what a weekend of action's been so far. The England Athletics under 17 and under 15 championships. Remember, we are back here on the 18th, Wednesday the 18th of August, just 10 days time, isn't it now, for an afternoon, evening of fantastic athletics for the Manchester International. Remember, it's a £5 a ticket, pretty cheap. You can book them online now. If you're under 16, you go for free. Brilliant. If you're over 65, you also go for free. So stay tuned. We've got the GB under 18s, GB juniors, the National Athletics League team, and also the England senior team. Look out for Wales and Scotland as well. So it'll be a cracking evening of athletics. And remember, you can find out more about that competition on the England Athletics website, or www.manchester-international.co.uk. And if you're that way inclined, drop England Athletics a tweet. I'm sure they'll get back to you as well. Well, 4 athletes in this under 15 boys 1500 metres. I can't believe that there's so few athletes here, but we're going to have a good run of it all the same. And just trying to go down my start list, we've got 691 and 619. Well, that won't be confusing at all, will it? They are underway. Well, who do we have? Alden Collier from Chiltern in the green on the outside. We then have well, hang on, I'm getting confused here, the numbers, and it's Gian Leo Stubbs from Shaftesbury Barnet at the front, storming away with this one. Aidan Collier, Giuliano Stubbs, Johnson Hughes and Oliver Patton in the yellow from Kilmartin. And it is raining quite badly now towards my commentary position, so please do excuse me while I try and keep some of the equipment dry. Well, we've been fairly lucky all day. We've got quite a strong drizzle coming down now, and well, there's no really where to hide. You can't just up your seat and leave if you're the commentator. So I will go down with this ship. Very much a Titanic moment. And despite his strong, pacey opening 200 or 300 metres, Giuliano Stubbs is now being trailed by Alden Collier of Chiltern in the green and Kilmartin's Oliver Patton in the yellow, and just trailing off towards the back. Johnson Hughes of Barnsley having a good run on his own towards the back, and they'll be trying to chase down some quick times. But it's nice that we now have 3 at the front who are all working hard together to try and get amongst it for the gold, silver and bronze, and that's where the medals will go. What colour is still to be decided, and as they work their way down the back straight, Chiltern's Alden Collier now just getting to the front and doing his bit of the work, and it's been mostly Giuliano Stubbs who's done it for the boys at the front. Nice to see Collier doing his bit of the work and trying to brave the rain and wind. It's not nice at all, but I think this bit of drizzle is going to pass quite quickly, so by the time they come around to the finish line this time, they will get the bell and they will have 400 metres to go. Well, I'm interested to see here whether or not, if anybody's going to try and do a long run from home. There's only 3 of them. You do expose yourself in these sorts of conditions if you try and make a long run for it. We've not seen too much from Oliver Patton just yet. He's keeping his cards close to his chest and just beginning to be dropped off the back of this front 3, and maybe that is the bronze going to Patton. There's still enough time for him to get back amongst it. He's working hard, ticking over nicely. In second, Stubbs in touching distance. Has Collier got enough left in his legs to try and run this one home? Patton just fading off the back now, some 10 metres or so. It's going to be down to these 2 at the front. Stubbs, Collier. Collier in the green at the front, gritting his teeth, digging deep. Looking very relaxed is the Shaftesbury Barnet man, Gilano Stubbs, but he's now been dropped, and in the final 100 metres it's Alden Collier pulling away. Gritty run from him in these conditions, digging deep, striding home, and he's going to take the England Athletics Under-15 title. Patton coming through for the bronze, and despite the dry, fairly okayish weather to race in up until now, just a shame that these guys had to run in the rain just as it started, and it's just about to stop as well. But a good run from Johnson Hughes as well of Barnsley AC, just coming through the line now, which is what you can hear in the background. But Collier in the green of Chiltern Harriers taking the title. Well, this wasn't on our original programme, but it's great that they've managed to organise this. Oliver Porter and Elias Segundi in the 800 metre wheelchair final, both T54 athletes. Porter starts in one, Elias Segundi in 2, and Porter trying to close that stagger already, and they will come around on the back straight and break. Well, we saw Segundi in the 200 metres earlier have a bit of an issue with the alignment of his front wheel, and did well on the brake this time, as he's going to just drift gently over into the inside lane, and they've gone through in around about 40 seconds rather, sorry, and it's just starting to pick up the pace now, and it's good for these guys that the rain has stopped, and will come into the home straight with Ilias Segundi just having a narrow lead on the inside. It's Segundi leading from Porter. Porter doing well, just a draft him at the moment, but now beginning to just be dropped some 5 or 10 metres, and it's 76 seconds at the bell. They'll pick up the pace, and Segundi just showing his class now as he powers around the first bend, starting to open up a greater lead here at Sport City Manchester. Now he's opened up the gap to something like 20 metres, and you know, it's great for these guys to get the practice in and get these races in so few opportunities. 150 through 600 metres, and Ilias Segundi now powering around the bottom bend, and he comes into the home straight and starts to push and grit his teeth as the lactic acid starts to build up, and Oliver Porter some 40 or 50 metres back, done really well. It's going to be negative splits, 2:26 on the clock. Oliver Porter being clapped home, found some good speed in the home stretch. Porter around 2:36 on the clock. Well, great to see another wheelchair race of the day, and the under 15 boys shot put down on the back straight. I think already into the 6th round, so it's going to be quite a quick competition for those lads. It's around about 14 metres. Well, next up we have some 200 metre finals to kick off the last hour of our programme here in Manchester. Just getting the start list for the hurdles finals coming through into my in tray, and a bit of a change as some of the athletes work their way down onto the back straight for the 200 metre start. Well, next up it's the under 15 boys 200 metre final. First sprint final, first 200 final of the day, and interesting to see how quick they can go. I'm not sure they'll challenge the championship best performance of 22.13 set from Jaleel Roper back in 2017. But the lineup: Ross Duffin from Lauren District goes in 1. Rory Brogan goes in 2 from Edinburgh. Zico Jones from Shaftesbury Barnet, perhaps the favourite. He's run 22.30 this year, was 22.54, just narrowly ahead of the man outside of him, Aaron Tugwell. Cardiff Archer, who goes in 4. Joseph Berry from Newport goes in 5. Lewis Parsons in 6. Troy Over in 7. And on the outside, the Tavistock AC athlete, Rory Summers. Well, Zico Jones is just narrowly ahead of Teddy Wilson on the UK rankings. Teddy Wilson, the 100 metre champ from yesterday, but doesn't compete in this event, so it's going to be down to Jones and Berry, the athletes in 3 and 5, but keep an eye out for the fast improving Aaron Tugwell, who ran that 22.66, big PB really, almost half a second in the semi-finals. The starters are on the track, the athletes are ready. Just to keep you up to date, we've got the 4 200 metre finals. But now we then have the men's 3000 final. We then move to 4 sprint hurdles finals. Well, they call to their blocks for the final time this weekend. Duffin in 1, Brogan, Jones, Tugwell, Berry, Parsons, Over, Summers. The lineup for the under 15 boys 200 metre final. Keep an eye out for Jones, Tugwell and Berry in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Well, not a great start from Zico Jones, but when he gets into his running, he really starts the motor. And look at Berry in the white, storming away. And they will come into the home straight, and there's nothing to choose between them really. Maybe Zico Jones, as he starts to dip his head and grind his gears. He's working hard. He's going to pull away. He knows he's got the win at this point. 22.24 on the clock. Joe Berry with a storming run for second, and Tugwell, maybe another personal best for him for the bronze. But a great run from Zico Jones of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers to get the win. It was close at the halfway mark, but he showed good form and good strength to pull away in the latter stages. And take a look at it again. At this point he really dug deep, didn't he? 60-70 metres out. Aaron Tugwell ran very well in the semi-finals earlier. Berry with the experience of running 22.5 before, and it's going to be tight for times, but Joseph Berry of Newport getting the silver. Aaron Tugwell with the bronze. We glance over to the women's triple jump final, which is on the back straight. Libby White there, just checking her mark, and it's the under 15 girls' turn now. Interested to see how this one goes, and we've got the 100 metre champ there, Nell Desir. She will be looking to do the double here this weekend. It's going to be a tough ask. I'll bring you that in just a moment's time. Well, that's the start list. Let me take you through the athletes then. And Cara da Costa from Basildon goes in lane 1, 26.75 in the opening round. Daniela Bleach of Coventry Godiva, PB in the heats earlier on, 26.27 seconds. Nell Desir, Cardiff Archer, the 100 metre medalist, she ran a PB of 25.75 earlier on as well. And Niamh Nagal of Wirral goes in 4. Freya Vidal in 5. Indiana Marshall, she goes in 6. Hannah Wilson in 7. And Lily Bradley on the outside from City and Norwich in lane 8. Well, it's going to be tough. The fastest on paper, Freya Vidal from City of York. Just see her there in 3.94, lane 5. Just shaking her legs at the moment. And they're now finally called to their blocks. It's Da Costa, Bleach, Desir, Nagal, Vidal, Marshall, Wilson, Bradley. The under 15 girls 200 metre final. The England Athletics Championships here in Sports City. Away cleanly, fairly even over the opening stage of this race. Desir now starting to show her strength as she powers around the bend and goes past Niamh Nagal. Freya Vidal at the moment in the black and green from the City of York in the mix, but it looks like Nell Desir has just got the edge at the moment. Vidal beginning to push through. Vidal, the York athlete, is going to come through and take this. Vidal for the win. 25.74 on the outside. Lily Bradley, an excellent run from the City of Norwich. She left it late, but Freya Vidal from City of York coming through for the win. .25.74 on the clock. She looks exhausted. I'm not sure she quite knows whether she won it or not. We'll take a look at that again. Now Desir, the Cardiff Archer, couldn't quite hold on. Surging run for Freya Vidal, and on the outside Lily Bradley, I think she might have just nicked the silver medal from Nell Desir. But your England Athletics under 15 200 metre champion for 2021. It's that girl, Freya Vidal. Still 2 more 200 metre finals to go. We've got the under 17 women's next, and then we rounded off with the under 17 men's. That could be a tasty bit of action, but they're already on the track. We'll take you through the lineup in just a second. Well, this is the lineup for the under-17 women's 200 final. Stephanie Jones goes in 1, Sharana Williams in 2, Millie King, well, she's the favourite. She goes in 3. She was 6th at the England Senior Championships last month down in Bedford. Trezeguet Taylor, 100 metre champ with that new lifetime best yesterday. Trafford AC on home patch. She goes in 4. Ava Jones and Hampshire Harrier, keep an eye out for her as well. She's in 5. Lily Murphy in 6. Lucy Talon in 7. And Jessica Lee goes on the outside in lane 8. Well, it's a bit brighter now. We've got no blue skies yet, but still a little bit of drizzle. It's windy, and unfortunately there's no windsock out on the infield anymore, so I'm not sure which direction it's going in. Well, it was a PB for Trezeguet Taylor by almost 2/10 in the heats earlier on perhaps tired legs from the 100 yesterday. But Millie King, she's run 24.09 this year, 24.65, a very easy run for her in the heat. Might be a bit of a battle between Ava Jones and Lily Murphy for the bronze in lanes 5 and 6. But the athlete in lane 3, Millie King, black vest, a bit too carriers. She's the one to beat here. Trezeguet Taylor, can she get out and make King work? Finally, after a bit of a long wait, they've been called to their blocks. It's Jones, Williams, King, Taylor, Jones, Murphy, Talent and Lee. The under-17 women's 200 metre final. Well, King actually gets a really good start, and she's already closing the gap on Trezeguet Taylor in the lane outside of her. Ava Jones, the Hampshire Harrier in the red, had a good run in the heat, and she's moving strongly at the moment and will be in second as they come off the bend. But here's Millie King striding away Trezeguet Taylor into a running now and move back into second. Jones fading a bit, but it's all about Millie King with a 5 metre lead. She's going to take the win, 24.11, just outside her lifetime best, and these are terrible conditions for sprinting. So that is a great, great run indeed. Trezeguet Taylor coming through for the second. We'll have to watch the replay for who got the bronze. Ava Jones, she started so quickly in the first 100. Lily Murphy was closing fast. This was the end. Millie King just gapped the rest of the field. It was just a race against the clock. Trezeguet Taylor coming through very strongly. But there you go, the bronze medal going to Lily Murphy from East Cheshire. Ava Jones, a great run, but unfortunately just run out of it in the end. It was always going to be tight between those two, both similar personal bests. Well, only one more 200 metre final to go, the under-17 men's, and that is up next on the track here at Sport City.
presentation in the under 15 boys 200 metre final. Bronze medal with 22.533 Cardiff Archer Aaron Tobler. The silver medal 22.47 Newport Harriers Joe Berry. Gold medal England champion. It was a -1.8 win, so Eagle with 22.23. Fastest country this year from Zico Jones.
Well, it's our final 200 metre race. It's the under 17 men's final. Not quite sure where this one will go. It's going to be somebody like Carrot, Bradshaw, Patterson and Tao. Well, the lineup for you: Ao Babatunde running lane 8 in the semi-finals, got lane 1 in the final here, the Havering athlete. Oseretin Ekoragbon in the start this for lane 2, the Manchester man. Jamie Carrot, the UK leader, 21.85, goes in 3. Albert Bradshaw, very impressive in the heat earlier on 22.10, a bit slower in the semi-final. In 5, Jack Patterson looking pretty good as well, 22.02 in the semi-finals. Micho Tao of Cornwall, just having a great weekend, 22.05 for him, PB in the semis. Alex Hutchin of Worcester, he's got a best of 22.48 set in heats earlier on. Freddie Arkle of Hercules Wimbledon. He goes on the outside in lane 8. Well, it looks as if we don't have a Babatunde on the inside in lane 1, the Havering man. Well, interesting, the two fastest men in the UK this year, Oseretin Ekoragbon and Jamie Carrot, both go in lanes 2 and 3. Can they even get amongst the medals? Because we've seen some good performances from Bradshaw, Patterson and Tao. What can they do? It's all come down to this. It's been a long weekend for a couple of them. Joe Tao just came 4th yesterday. I'm sure he wants to get some silverware for his weekend's effort, the Cornwall man. Long journey back home for him. The athletes have got their blocks ready, just going through their final few preparations. It's breezy, isn't it? It's not the nicest today. Anticipation, friends and family watching, just waiting to get underway. Well, after this we move to the 3,000 metre men's final. Got a good field for that. There's only 4 races in the hurdles after that, so we will be done shortly, getting things underway. Well, they're now called to their block. 7 athletes in this under 17 men's 200 metre final. Ekoragbon, Carrot, Bradshaw, Patterson, Tao, Hutchin, Arkle. The under 17 men's 200 metre final. Cleanly away, Carrot gets off to a good start in lane 7. Hutchin going well, he did this in the semi-final as well. Now Tao starts to get into his running. We know Bradshaw finishes strongly when he gets into the straight, the tall figure. Carrot blazing away with this one. Ekoragbon now in the mix, the 2 fastest men in the year. Can they get there? Carrot storming away with it. Tao is holding on to a medal, 21.92. Jamie Carrot, well, he took his tracksuit bottoms off for this final and it's made the difference. 21.92 on the clock. The Charnwood man gets the win. Jack Patterson, hands on his head. I think he thinks he might have just been run out of it. We'll watch on the replay. Micho Tao, well, came fourth in the 100 yesterday, had a great day, had another great day here. I think he might have just got the silver. This, the final 50 metres, Carrot just starting to stretch the rest of the field. On the outside, Freddie Arkle was going really well, running blind. Patterson might have just been edged for the silver. It's going to be so tight. I don't think Arkle got amongst it in the end, and Bradshaw was fading. But Jamie Carrot, the Charnwood man, with 5.46 on his chest, getting the win. We'll wait and see who the medals go to, and what colour Patterson and Micho Tao get. But that is our final sprint flat race of the weekend. Next up, the under-17 men's 3,000 metre final.
Gold medalist with 12 meters 46 from Joe Stoke. Presentation for the U17 women's volleyball competition. Bronze medal, 3 meters 31. First barrier, Charlie O'Neill. Silver medal, 3.41. Shaftesbury. Barnet, Manon Baines. Gold medalist, 4 meters with Lacey, Gemma Tutton.
This is your lineup then for the under 17 men's 3,000 metres. Rothwell, I don't think Rothwell's going to start because he was a medalist in the. He was a medalist in the 1,500 metres earlier, so it'll be a bit of a tough task to do both of them. Ben Brown, Ruben McDonald, Artie Savage Swain, Ed Bird, TJ Jones, Hamish McKay, James Nocton, Mark Ruby and Frank Morgan. Well, it looks as if we've got 7 athletes on the track for this. 8 of them there. Well, I've got 11 on my start list, but I think we may have had we've had 2 dropouts that I don't know about, but there is somebody else that is not present. Oh no, we've got 9 there now. They're coming out of the woodwork. One of them was an absolute age around the track, some 80 or 90 metres away, and I don't think they realise that he needs to start getting a shift on. I can just see him at the corner of my eye starting to jog back now. Yes, come on mate. Everybody's got somewhere to be and we're sat here in the rain. And the wind and rain is going to be sending it directly into my face, which is just wonderful, isn't it? Exactly what you want. People don't want to get soaked just before they go home, do they? So let's just get our ducks in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. Just as many as we thought. And on the outside there, 6, 7, 3, Frank Morgan, Carmarthen Harrier. Top of the rankings this year, and well, you never know how these things go. Is he the favourite? Well, in these conditions anything can happen, so he's certainly going to be up there in the mix-up. He's a good 4 seconds faster than everybody else in this field. The first junior champion over the 800 and 1500. He was 11th at the British Championships, the young man. Well, they are underway, and at the front it's Ruben McDonald from Gifford up North getting in amongst the action. We've got the English Schools champion from Pool AC, Ed Bird, here as well. TJ Jones as well, the English Schools silver medalist, just narrowly my start on that day. Isaac Rothwell, well, he's not in the start list, so he was the English Schools bronze medalist, but took a medal in the 1500. They've got to battle a bit of a breeze here, so it'll be interesting to see for their 7.5 laps of the track how they take this one out. It's a steady pace at the moment, pretty good, looking nice, looking comfortable. Right, at the front it is McDonald, and he's just being trailed by Ed Bird and Ben Brown. Well, they have certainly got a bit of a crosswind coming from the back straight towards the home straight, so as they go round this second bend on the track they'll have a bit of a wind behind them, and I'm not saying that makes any difference because crosswinds are just pretty useless for everybody, to be honest. Nobody wants to run in them, they don't offer any advantage at all. And well, we've got 9 athletes on the track, and Frank Morgan, the Carmarthen Harrier, the fastest in the lineup this year by a good couple of seconds. He's just hovering in the middle of the pack on the inside curve, the taller figure in the white vest with the black yellow and red hoops. So these are athletes then, just picking things up at the back. It's the Trafford man, James Nocton, trying to muscle through there. A bit of a brave move from Mark Ruby, the Paul AC guy in the black at the back, just showing his muscle and trying to stretch his way through, getting a bit congested at times, and it's a good pace, working nicely and using each other to their advantage. The If Not Northman, Ruben McDonald at the front, though, done a lot of the hard yards in the first 800 metres of this. Around about 2:22 for 800, so solid at the moment. They'll come through 1 kilometre around 2:36, so moving all right at the moment. The under-17 men's 3,000 metre final here at the England Athletics Championships, the age group championships from Sports City in Manchester. We're getting waves of rain here. It's just died off for a second, but not ideal conditions at all. Very sorry for everyone that's come a long way. I suspect Ruben McDonald's not fazed by this. Scottish athlete at the front in the yellow vest. They are hardy runners indeed, and I'm sure he'll have watched his countryman Josh Kerr do the business in Tokyo. Fantastic run that was, and just about timing and pacing. And on the outside there, 5:27, the English schools medalist in the black of Poole, it's Edward Bird. Just keeping a lookout from the outside of lane 1 as he motors round the bend, and as they come back past the finish line, they will have 4 laps to go. So approaching the final kilometre. Sticking over nicely. Well, bit of a nudge for Frank Morgan there, just had to stick his arm up, and I think just getting a bit budged. They're doing pretty well so far to keep out of trouble. There's not a huge number of them, they're not compact completely, but it does make a difference as they stretch themselves out a little bit more with every lap, and down the back straight they go, and we'll be able to try and get a bit of an idea for the 2 kilometre split. They were what, 2:36 were they for around about 1 kilometre, so ticking over nicely. 4:38 at around about 2k. Just Frank Morgan now beginning to push on the outside shoulder of McDonald, and again just checking himself to make sure he's not clipping the heels. You don't want to get spikes. Getting spikes pretty nasty. For a little 6mm pinprick, it doesn't half bleed, and now Morgan just letting McDonald know, hey, I'm here, I'm the UK number 1. He's the fastest man by 4 seconds, but Edward Bird, 5:27, just moving up into 3rd now, and Ben Brown from Southampton in the white and red stripes, nicely tucked in on the inside curve. We're starting to get 5 of them breaking away. James Nocton in the mix, just at the back of that pack of 5. So as they start to make their move, then they're going to stretch away from the rest of the field. They are coming into the final 800 metres, and at the front now, Ed Bird just surging and trying to keep himself in the frame. Ben Brown, Ruben McDonald, Ed Bird, James Nocton, and the UK lead Frank Morgan in this front pack of 5, and I think Ben Brown and James Nocton just beginning to drift off these front 3 athletes. Reuben McDonald, the Gift Knock Northman, done incredibly well. He's only 9th in the UK rankings. Reuben McDonald, 8:41 is best, and at the moment he's running well above that. And a bit of a surge from Ed Bird, and Frank Morgan tries to go with him. Southampton's Ben Brown just being dropped by a few metres now, and I think we're going to see the two main protagonists, the top two in the UK this year. Ed Bird at the front in the black of pool. Frank Morgan sitting on his shoulder. Will he try and make a long run for home? Southampton's Ben Brown in third. They come across the bell, 7:29.41. Gift Knock North McDonald is still in contention for the bronze, sitting off the shoulder of Ben Brown, who currently is in third. Well, Ed Bird trying to control this at the front as they come down the back straight. Frank Morgan hasn't really put himself at risk yet. He might have a lot left in the tank. We shall wait and see as we come to this final 200 metres. He's starting to edge closer to the outside shoulder for a strike. Can Ed Bird hold him off? 150 metres to go. They're whipping way into the home straight. Ed Bird, the English schools champion, he knows how to win on this track. Can he do it here today? He's trying to stretch forward, but here comes Frank Morgan, the Carmarthen Harrier. It's a fight. It's a scrap. Frank Morgan is just going to hold on. Ed Bird did everything right, but it was a sprint finish from Frank Morgan. A second outside his lifetime best, and Southampton's Ben Brown is going to come through, pulling away from McDonald for the bronze. A great run. Ed Bird did so much right in that race. Just smart from Frank Morgan to tuck him behind and do the job. Great running. 8:28.84. Ed Bird is going to have taken a couple of seconds at least off his lifetime best, and Reuben McDonald did so much of the work at the front of that race for so long. Well, he will definitely be rewarded with a big personal best. This was the final 100 metres, and Bird digging deep. Carmarthen's Frank Morgan hitting the accelerator. Sticks his tongue out with 10 metres to go. He knew he'd got it. Well, I think we will see a good battle between these two in the UK school games. A bit of a challenge to finish the year for them, and a really great race. Just what we needed, a bit of endurance action to finish things off today. The rain coming down once again as the stadium crew start to put the hurdles out. We're going to be in for a big finish with 4 sprint hurdles races here at Sports City in Manchester. 4 more races to go. Well, the under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles final then. Finals of the weekend here from the England Athletics under 17 and under 15 championships. Evie Schofield of Trafford goes in one. Zoe Smith of Newark in two. Katie Brandt from Burton looked very, very good earlier on, didn't she, in both the heat and finals. Rebecca Wright from Woodford in four. Isabel Mardle from the city of Norwich, again another athlete looking great in qualification. She goes in five. Ellen Roberts, Guildford, she goes in six. Mia Walker of Wirral, good contingent of athletes here this weekend, and Maya Fisher from Woodford Green and Essex Ladies, she goes in lane 8. Well, plenty still here at Sports City. A lot of family and friends keeping an eye out for these finals. Isabel Mardle, she's an equal she's the equal UK record holder for the under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles, and that was run back at Lee Valley earlier this year. She was pretty good in qualification at 11:22 in round 1, 11:32 in round 2, and that's 2/10 faster than Katie Brandt, who was the next fastest qualifier through to this final. Well, we had a bit of an issue earlier, didn't we, with some of these finals where we with the heats, a lot of recalls with the electronic equipment here, and it was a bit confusing for some of the athletes, thinking that they false started when they hadn't. Athletes here not actually being called to their blocks, just a bit of a practice. Now they've got their worn gear in their kit carrying boxes. Zoe Smith of Newark was the first to get out of it there, but you really can't look much further than Isabel Mardle from the city of Norwich. Incidentally, one of the athletes that we'll see in the next final for the under 17 women's, Mia McIntosh, she set the under 15 girls UK best back in 2019 at 10:75. I just don't think the conditions are really conducive for getting much faster than what we've already seen, 11:22, 11:32. So the rain is coming down a bit. It's not very nice at all. But it's not always about times, it's about performances and races in this sport. People often get so wrapped up in what the time was, and you know, if you win an Olympic medal into a -5 headwind and you ran 10.9 seconds for the 100 metres, I don't think the guys would mind, to be honest. Olympic champ or Olympic champ, it doesn't matter. It's got to be about getting another gold medal, another title. The titles are harder to come by as you get a bit older. The athletes called to their blocks for the final time today. The third race, the final, the under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles. Schofield, Smith, Brandt, Wright, Mardle, Roberts, Walker and Fisher. Even out of the blocks. Wright got a great start. Mardle now into her running. Look for Brandt as well. She's coming through for second, but this is all about Norwich's Mardle. She's coming through 11:12. A great run in the conditions. Rebecca Wright just fading, might have got amongst the bronze, but it was Katie Brandt that picked up the silver for Burton. 11:12 for Isabel Mardle. It's faster than she ran in the opening 2 rounds. It's not a good day afternoon, really, is it, for quick times, but does the job, picks up another medal. Barely out of breath, is she? This is the replay then. Right, just clipping that third barrier and going backwards as a result. Brandt nice and strong for the silver medal. Ellen Roberts in lane 6 getting the bronze. Well, another hurdles change, they get a bit higher and go out a bit further. It's the 80-metre hurdles for the under 17 women up next. 3 more races to go. A few hurdle changes as well, so well, you'd like to think as the weekend gets on the weather gets better, but it doesn't here in Manchester. It just seems to be worse and worse and worse and worse. Not ideal at all. Great work from the team of staff here in Sports City Manchester, just adjusting the marks promptly, and the athletes already able to get down on the start line and set up their blocks. Nobody wants to be out here in these conditions, but just seen a bit of a discus concluding in the 5th round. Big thanks to the officials here this weekend giving up their time and braving these conditions and the cold weather. I mean, it's certainly cold for me, maybe everybody else thinks it's lovely and warm, but it's not at all. The start list then for this under 17 women's 80-metre hurdles final. Marcella Togo of Bury goes in 1, Seren Rogers of Taunton in 2, Meg Corker looked really good for Liverpool in 3, Jessica Duncton from Cheltenham again looking fantastic earlier on, Mia McIntosh in 5. She is absolutely the favourite, the only athlete in the UK this year to go under 11 seconds over this event. Scarlett Gamble, the Watford Harrier, she goes in 6. Eloise Hind of Oxford City came through strongly in the heats. She's in 7, and Jodie Self of Thurrock goes in lane 8. Well, just going through their final preparations, the hurdles are all set and they've had their practice. And we will almost be ready to get underway. Be less of a delay between this race and the next one. The under 15 boys 80-metre hurdles is over the same distance, so less of a change, but we will see how this one goes. Well, it's been a long old weekend, hasn't it? The UK best set by Pippa Early back in 2017, 10.94 seconds. Well, Mia McIntosh may well best that this season, but you just don't think today is the day for that. It's about winning medals, and the lineup for a final time: Togo in 1, Rogers in 2, Corker in 3, Duncton in 4, McIntosh the favourite in 5, Gamble in 6, Hind in 7, and Self in lane 8. This is the under 17 women's 80-metre hurdles final. Good start. Gamble gets out really, really well in 3. Corker going nicely, but here comes Mia McIntosh. McIntosh just edging Corker at the minute. She's going to come away with the win here. 11.05, a 10th off her lifetime best, but great considering the rain and wind. Job done. Another gold medal for Mia McIntosh. comfortable win in the end. She just stretched away over the final few barriers. And Meg Corker, the Liverpool Harrier, I won't have been too far off her lifetime best of 11.26 then. Well, this is the replay, and Meg Corker got off to an absolute cracking start. Duncton was great in the semi-finals earlier on, and just coming through for the bronze in the end. It was a proper battle because Eloise Hind was finishing quickly. But the medalists then, McIntosh with the gold, Corker with the silver, and Duncton with the bronze. Only 2 more to go. The under 15 boys, 80 metre hurdles up next then, and they're already on the track getting their blocks set up. This is the lineup then for the penultimate race of the day, the under 15 boys 80 metre hurdles final. They're all ready and raring to go. Josh Taylor of Torbay goes in 1, Crawley Beechall of Stockport in the yellow in 2, Alamin Salam of Havering in 3, Luke Pischler of Blythe in 4, Elliot Hanslow, he goes in lane 5, Cameron Ely in 6, Adam Dingley in 7, and Sam Wright goes in lane 8. The under 15 boys 80 metre hurdles final. Well, it could be quite tight because Alamin Salam set a new lifetime best of 11.50 seconds in the heat. That was after the nonsense of the recall gun and some green cards being issued, and yeah, we shall see. On paper the fastest is Hanslow, the Crawley man in the black strip with 6:07 on his back there. He's around 11:21, by far the fastest in the field. If it goes to form, he should win. Sam Wright of Chelmsford on the outside, 11:49 man, but it was only 11.75 in the heat. These conditions not making it easy for athletes at all. So who can take the title here? The England under 15 80 metre hurdle title. Young athletes still learning how to hurdle, learning their trade, and Hanslow opting for no blocks, as is Alamin Salam. We had a few twitches in the heats. We don't want any more of that here in the final. A clean start, a powerful start. Taylor, Beechall, Salam, Pischler, Hanslow, Ely, Dingley and Wright. The under 15 boys 80 metre hurdles final. cleanly away. Hanslow gets off to an absolute belter of a start. Salam is with him at the moment, but he's not got the same sort of hurdling prowess. It's Hanslow that's going to pull away with this one and take it on the outside. Wright came through strongly. That was late. Well, Salam was certainly there at the halfway point, but was not the tidiest over the barriers, and he may well have still got a medal. He looked very good earlier on, and this the replay then. Hanslow looked as if he got it at this point, but Sam Wright on the outside coming through, and did he get that? It was tight. Luke Pischler from Blythe Running Club getting the bronze for sure, but who was it that came across the line first? Hanslow or Wright? We'll have to wait for the official result, and we'll try and bring you that when we hear about it. There is one more track event to go here from Sport City, a very wet, windy and cold Sport City. It's August, it's the England Athletics Under-17 and Under-15 Championships, and we have the Under-17 men's 100 metre hurdles to come.
The silver medal, 11.36 from Liverpool Harriers, Meg Corker. And the gold medal, champion, 11.05 from the Coventry, Leah McIntosh.
Well, the lineup for the Under-17 men's 100 metre hurdles final. Elliot Ferguson of Kingston goes in 1, Patrick Kyle, Bristol and West goes in 2, Sammy Ball of Reading in 3, Noah Hansen from New and Essex Beagles in 4, Jacob Blank of Havering in 5, Joel Elphig of Blackpool in 6, Ryan Wells of Wickham in 7, and Drew Bradley, again, he was in lane 8 earlier on and gets lane 8 here again. So just trying to remember the hurdles earlier on, but I think all 8 of these guys were the only 8 that raced in the heats after a bit of a disqualification. So we have seen them all ready, and the fastest through to this final was Sammy Ball of Reading, so keep an eye out for him. He's the fastest on paper this year, 13.22 seconds. And well, Noah Hansen, the New and Essex Beagle in the yellow strip, keep an eye out for him because he's run just slightly slower, 13.26, but it's going to really come between 3, 4 and 5, and you know, hurdles it's always a challenge when you come to the final times, and what you've run throughout the season really matters very little, and a good lane draw in the middle for those three: Ball, Hansen and Blanc. Elphick, he's around 13.80 this year. Could he get amongst it? But you know, Jacob Blanc's 12.91 puts him head and shoulders above the rest of the field. That's his personal best. Can he replicate that here? Well, it would be a challenge in these conditions, but to get anywhere near the sort of low 13 seconds would be a great result here. Well, the final field event has finished. This is the only thing left in the programme. The under-17 men's 100 metre hurdles final, finishing with a flourish. All calm. The rain has just eased very slightly, temporarily as well. Ferguson in 1, Kyle in 2, Ball in 3, Hansen in 4, Blanc in 5, Elphick in 6, Wells in 7, Bradley in lane 8. Well, where are the medals going to go? Away cleanly, and look at Hansen go storming down the middle of the track. Blanc is beginning to pull away the Havering man. Bradley going well on the outside. Here comes Ball as well, but this is all about Jacob Blanc. Look at him go, 13.08. His best of 12.91. He was going to do very well if he managed to beat that in these conditions, but that is a fantastic win for Jacob Blanc, and delighted with that. He did the business. It's not easy in a hurdles final. They don't always go to form. Excellent, and perhaps just the performance of the day, because that was fantastic running from Jacob Blanc of Havering. Noah Hansen got out really well. Perhaps faded slightly, and Sammy Ball of Reading came through strongly at the end. He did look good, in all fairness to him, and it was always going to be tight between Ball and Hansen. Nice and crisp, Blanc, and it was that fifth barrier that Hansen clipped and just sent him backwards a little bit. But look at Drew Bradley here on the outside, surging forward. He ran just outside his best in the heat. He will get 4th. But the medals then: Jacob Blanc with the gold, Sammy Ball with the silver, and Noah Hansen with the bronze. And that is the final event of the day. Well, it's been a great weekend of action. We got a UK under 15 100 metre best yesterday. A great run here from Jacob Blanc, and it's been wet and windy, but the action has been on fire. The England under 17 and under 15 championships were great to have some disability action with us as well. Thank you to those who have watched. Thank you to those who have competed. Remember, the Manchester International is back here at Sports City in 10 days' time, Wednesday the 18th of August, from the early afternoon. International match. It's £5 for tickets for adults over 65, and under 16s go for free. You can find out more about that. You can find out about the teams from the GB Juniors, the GB Under 18s, the England senior team that will be competing. All the information, head to the England Athletics website or www.manchester-international.co.uk. We hope you can tune in or head to the stadium. Fingers crossed, a bit warmer conditions. But for everyone watching, thanks very much. For all of you that have been here in person, thanks for turning up and braving the conditions. To all the athletes competing and the officials, congratulations, and until next year, Thanks for tuning in. Good night.